Guys, we are back again, Charlie. We are back again. We are back again. We are back again, guys. You're back again, Charlie. Guys, I hope you're doing amazing. I am super excited. I'm currently in Durban, South Africa. Guys, South Africa has been on my list. It's amazing how like you create content and you're like, oh, are people even going to watch? It's amazing that people are actually watching me and eyes are on me. Like, guys, I feel super blessed. Like, I literally want to cry right now. We got here yesterday and it's been so surreal. Guess what? Your girl has a tag! Guys, so I tweeted something yesterday and I said, if this isn't God, I don't know what else it is. So let me give you guys a backstory, right? I sincerely want to cry. I hope I don't tear up. I sincerely hope I don't tear up. So I received a DM on Instagram from a rep and she was like, oh, hi, I want to send you an email. And I just responded. I was like, okay, yeah, here's my email. And she sent me an email and she's like, oh, you've been selected as one of the few content creators to come experience Africa's travel in Durban 2022. So initially when the email came, I was like, oh, maybe it's a scam, but after all, what do you lose? Let me follow up. I followed up and boom, I am in South Africa. Thank you so much, South African Tourism Board. Thank you so much, Africa's in Durban, like Travel in Durban. Thank you to the team. Thank you to Travel SA for this opportunity. It's amazing that I am the only female travel vlogger that has been invited. In fact, we are two. It's me and Wodembaya. Like, who would have thought? Like, I'm out of words. I'm sincerely very happy, and thanks so much for the opportunity. I also want to say that this is just the beginning to greater things to come. I'm so happy. I want to cry right now. So let's talk about how I had the visa before coming to South Africa. So Ghanaians require visa from Ghana to South Africa, so I applied through the VFS. She sent me an invitation, my ticket and other documents which I attached, paid an amount of 300 and something, 340 cedis at the VFS office. Then I applied. So after a week, they sent me a text that my passport was ready for pickup. I went and boom, I have the South African visa. So that's how I was able to get the South African visa here. After today, I'm going to be sharing with you amazing videos from South Africa, to be precise, Durban. I'm really happy. I've been smiling, like my cheeks even hurt out of smiling. Like, God has been good. If this isn't God, like, what else to I did like. And to you all that support me, I want to say thank you so much. I'm super excited. So let's rewind how the whole trip started from yesterday. Let's go right into the video. Guys, I'm super excited. Guys, I haven't been to the airport to see this crowd, and guys, like everywhere is busy. I'm super excited. I am going to South Africa for the very first time, and of course you all are coming along. I can't travel without you. You know, you're my best friend. You know, you're my sweetheart. You're my partner. You're my Charlie. So let's go. I'm here. I came very early. The flight is at 10:50 and check-in ends at 9:50. So I'm here early. It's 7:35 and I'm going to check in. I was hoping to get more pictures like with nobody in the background, but it looks like I have to do with what I have. Everybody is traveling. Where are you all going? Like, where are you all going? So yeah, about to check in and take you along. So let's go. Guess who I saw was the Maya.
Coming, yeah.
So, you know the funny thing, when the list came in, and because he usually uses Wademaya, I had forgotten his name. He's called Akon. So I look at the name and I was like, Akon, who is Akon?
It's Wademaya.
And I'm like, I know Akon, but I didn't know the bed code, not knowing that that's his real name.
You're exposing me, eh?
So if you all want to know his real name, he's called Berthold Akon.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's part of the theme and I'm super excited. Are you excited?
Of course I'm excited. You know why? Because I'm traveling Stella Chanel. The energy alone on this trip.
I will transfer my energy a little bit to you.
Please do so.
Yes.
What am I say celebrate?
This is the first time I came to Ghana. Also in your inspiration, I'm making documentaries about
I'm sure with the Maya is so used to this now. So the immigration is really packed. Like we are in a very long queue and yeah. Steven, say hi to Steven.
Hi.
Steven is one of Maya's videographer and editor.
What's up, everyone? This is Stickers.
So yeah, this trip is really going to be fun because the whole crew is on this trip and I'm super excited you all are coming along. So they just gave us socks, toothbrush and Divestment or something. Yeah. About to start the trip. It's currently very cold here and so we're about to set off and of course you guys are coming along. It's now 10:35. We should leave in the next 10 minutes and yeah, I'm super excited. It's my first time. Here, super excited. Good weather. I'm sure it's about 6 a.m. now. I'm super excited. So the final destination is Durban. So we're going to pick our baggage and head to the domestic. Yay! I'm sure you can tell from my face I had been sleeping, but I had just like 3 hours, 4 hours sleep. And yeah, Maya is way behind there. How was the trip?
It was very good, but it's so funny. The moment we sat in the plane, I started sleeping. I didn't eat, I didn't drink any water. The last thing that I heard was, we are about to land. Can you take off your clothes and put it under the seat?
Look at him, and the way the aircraft was so cold, he didn't even carry what's it called, a jacket.
No jacket.
Yeah, but this is how it looks like from here. Here is nice. This is how it looks like from here. I think their airport is beautiful. I'm waiting for Maya. Maya is like way behind. So yeah, this is a good welcome and I'm super excited. Like anything that has got to do with like traveling, airports. Well, people say they don't like traveling, they don't like the airports, but I love it. Like the mere fact that you are seeing a new country, the mere fact that you are seeing somewhere different alone is like, it's exciting. And the fact that I am here invited, wow, like Who would have thought? Like, I literally want to cry right now because I'm really, really, really happy and I'm blessed, and I want to say a big thank you to our host, and I'm super excited. Yeah, so let's go. As soon as I settle down, I'll give you food. This airport is one of the busiest airports in Africa and also one of the biggest, so I can understand. We've been walking. We have still not gotten to our gate, our domestic gate. Wow.
Yeah.
How many times have you been here?
This is the third time I'm using this airport.
And how does it feel being back?
Nostalgia. South Africa always lives in my heart. And anytime I come here, it feels good to be back in SA, man. It's just that I'm hoping that they'll give me good food, not pap and what they call it, pap and meat.
So if you don't know who Wademaya is, please just head to his channel right now. Yeah, head to his channel.
Yeah, man, how are you?
You see, just when I mentioned his name, somebody recognized him because he's wearing a nose mask. So if you don't know who he is, please head to his channel. He's doing amazing, and we are going to be together the entire trip. So I'm super excited you all are coming along. We are about to board. The airport is really big, and I must say I'm really impressed. So we are about boarding to Durban. To explore the city with you all. So they have arranged a pickup for us, so I'm sure our names will be there. We are yet to meet them and leave to the town to see what Durban is. This feels surreal. Thank you so much, South African tourism. Thank you so much, SA. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to experience everything. Like, guys, I'm taking you I'm sharing every bit of everything with you. I'm not leaving anything behind, because this one dear. The sun was cold when we get here, and it's very warm. Oh, nice and warm. Yeah. So. Meet AJ, say hi. Hi. Yeah, and it's very hot now. I think it's time to remove my jacket. We're currently here about to have lunch, and the place is called Circles. And of course, you guys, you know I said I was going to take you everywhere. This is my passion fruit.
Like banana with peanut butter.
Does it taste good?
Very good.
And this is your meal. Your skin earlier. Oh, this is nice.
It looks nice.
It's
I hope it tastes.
Cheers. Cheers. So this is my meal. I'm having prawns with mashed potatoes. And this is so far, my meal was a good choice. Like, I don't regret it at all. This is really good, especially when I added the lemon to the prawns. It gives it a different unique taste. guys, we are back again. Charlie, I hope you are doing amazing. While here, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. So my friend and I decided to celebrate her birthday in Côte d'Ivoire, so we plan to stay for 8 days. In this vlog is a summary of all our experiences from cost to the entire stay in Côte d'Ivoire. I hope you enjoy watching this video with us. Let's go right into the video. So let's start with the flights. The flight cost us $410, which we bought about 3 weeks before the travel day. So the weather is clear and yeah, this is him. We have company. I mean, it's good to have mates. Oh, Jonathan! Hello. Good to see you. Thank you so much for picking us. Our friend from uni called Jonathan, who lives in Côte d'Ivoire, picked us up from the airport. That's everything about Abidjan. Everything we should know.
Everything. There is a lot of things to say about Abidjan, but the most beautiful things here is like we're free. There is a lot of space to enjoy. Food, the venue.
Oh, I can't wait to try the food.
Everything that you can imagine.
Yep. So we had drinks together and ended up at a place called Blucos, where we had some good acheket and tilapia with fried plantain called aloko here. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Cheers to the good life.
Okay, so yeah, this is very close to like Star Beer in Ghana, and it's good. It's not so sour, it's sweet and sour at the same time. This is good. So Celia and the family are serving us with this delicious meal. Charlie, give me blow. This is how they'll be overfeeding us here in Abidjan. Yes, so. The second day, we woke up very early to hike the forest in the middle of the city. Say hi. Hi, Sydney.
Hi, guys.
So, Sydney, where have you brought me to?
This is Parc National du Banco, Abidjan.
Okay.
We're just about starting our hike.
We are going hiking today.
We're gonna do 20 kilometers of hike. Someone is gonna have their walking.
I'm super excited. Guys, I'm so happy I met someone here who lives here and he brought us to this place. He picked us from our Airbnb and I'm super excited. I mean, I'm going hiking here and at least you get to feel something different here in Abidjan. The weather is a little calm, it's a little cloudy. I pray it doesn't rain. I'm super excited. You all are coming along. You're coming along. What happened? What did he say? Thank you. You know what's here? So I didn't come with hiking shoes, so he got me some running shoes. Oh, Sydney, thank you so much. That's so cute of you. So yeah, we're about to go and you guys are coming along. This forest is called the Parc National du Banco. We hiked together with Sydney and his friends. We had an amazing time. The only thing is we hiked for about 11 kilometers, which was really stressful for a trip like this, but it was worth it. Whoa, they are so huge. You can show them.
Okay, another one. Wow. On 3. Are you ready? Yes. Ready?
No wonder they are big. They get
ready
bread every time.
1, 2, 3.
This guy tried to kill me today. Hey, how many kilometers have we done? Check.
At least you've
Guys,
About 11
more than
kilometers.
started. More than what?
We've done about 11 kilometers.
11 kilometers, guys. If you know what 11 kilometers is, you understand the pain I've gone through. This guy tried to kill us, but then we didn't die. We ended with a beautiful view of seeing this big catfish. I have never seen this catfish this big. The ones we eat in Accra are usually very small, so it's beautiful. Sydney, even though you tried to kill me, thanks for bringing us here.
welcome.
Yeah. Ended up having a chicken and fish just like we had yesterday, and it was so good. We paid for the drinks, which cost us about 4,000.
Compare this to the one you had the last time.
And picked an Uber home, which cost us about 400 CFA. This is how our Airbnb looks like. It cost us $65 per night to stay here. Our host was amazing. He bought us pizza and drinks. He really had a conversation with us and made us feel at home. This is the entrance, and our Airbnb host is Moroccan. He's from Morocco. So when you come, you take off your shoes. That explains why the shoes are outside here. And this is how it looks like from here. I really like the space. This is how it looks like. That's a small balcony overlooking Côte d'Ivoire. I like the fact that everywhere you pass in Abidjan has water, as you can see from the top here. That's how it looks like, and yeah, I've really enjoyed my time here. This is how the hall looks like from the small balcony. Yeah, let's go to the kitchen. So when we came, he said we could take anything we want, and I think that's so sweet of him. He got us pizza yesterday. This is how it looks, and he literally has everything. So he also mentioned that whenever we needed to wash our clothes, there's a laundry person here. So yeah, here has been so comfortable. Like the fridge is even stocked like with stuff. The only thing we bought was oranges yesterday, which we haven't. I don't know what we are going to do with it. The space looks like I've really had a good time here. And yesterday we were here chatting with the Airbnb host. He was so sweet. Like, I really like him. Anytime you come to Abidjan and you want to spend some time here, I will gladly recommend this place. Look at my bag. I've packed. What do you think about this place?
You tell me that today is my birthday. Anyway.
By the time they watch it, it's past.
Okay. So, this place is very nice. We highly recommend 5 stars.
Yeah.
The host is very sweet and the space is nice. It's in a quiet neighborhood. No noise, no
It's
around.
very easy to locate with Yango. Since I came, we've been using Yango because Yango is like very common. The next day, which is day 3, we woke up to pick a bus to Yamoussoukro, where we wanted to see the biggest church in the world. So we picked the Uber from our Airbnb, which cost us about 700 CFA to Yamoussoukro. We got to Yamoussoukro and paid about 4,000 CFA each for the bus to Yamoussoukro, but we had to wait for about an hour before getting the bus to Yamoussoukro. On arrival at Yamoussoukro, we picked a loading taxi which cost us about 500 CFA. The name of this biggest church in the world is called the Basilica of Our Lady of Peace of Yamoussoukro. Before the tour, we paid about 2,000 CFA each. Locals pay 1,000 CFA each. Before the trip back to Abidjan, we tried some local meal in Yamoussoukro. We tried their local sandwich and their hard bread, which was really delicious and different from the ones we have in Ghana, which everything should cost us around 700 CFA. So later that evening, our friend invited us for dinner, so we didn't have to pay for dinner. We had an amazing time here. Was my friend's birthday, and we decided to spend the night in Assini, which is a popular destination in Côte d'Ivoire. So we are currently in an Uber going to Assini, which is very, very expensive. This is how much it costs. And usually they said that if you go to Assini, they won't get anybody coming back, so we have to pay double the price. So Jonathan, our friend, spoke to him in French. We just called him, and then we've negotiated to add extra 10,000 to his fare, making 32,000. So yeah, that's the situation now. We are going to Assini, and I'm super excited because today is this beautiful one's birthday, and obviously we need comfort. Going by bus is a little tedious because we have to pass through 3 towns before we get to Assini, according to my friend, and so that's how come we are paying this much to go to Assini. But the Uber is very comfortable, so I'll share with you how the journey goes. So we had an invitation to Akula, which does this brunch on Sunday, so we were invited, so we went there, so we didn't have to pay for anything. The experience here was really amazing. Really had a good time. Good food, good people, great experience. I would highly recommend you come to Akula whenever you're around on Sundays. So we ended up at our hotel, which is called the Kasana village. Picked a taxi to the Kasana village. So guys, we came to this village at Assini, and everybody here speaks Tree, just like in Ghana. Bra. Baba Kabibi. Oh, brala. Oh, ferry. Oh, bra. Oh, bra. Bra, can you be same?
What is the anything? I want my work to open work to one share. Kasana too. So there's money on this.
So everybody speaks Tree here, and they said some part of their tribe is from Ghana. I village how your friend has saying. Muamin. Aha, I'm winning now, like Ghana for them.
Ghana for French for. I have a friend of Bugnabe.
Mocha French. Oh, okay. Wow, this is interesting. Like, these are the things that you get to see when you travel, and I'm super excited that at least people are like understand my language, because since we came here we've been having difficulty communicating, and it feels good. Like, all of them look Ghanaian, they speak French, they speak Intimoka Ibeso. Anguna. Okay. So I was asking them if they speak Ewe too, but they said no, they speak Anguna and Twi and French. Yeah. Yeah, this is really interesting.
I feel like home. Nobody
Yeah. So wow, this is interesting. We ended up at the Kasana village, which cost us 60,000 CFA, which is close to about $100 a night. We had a good time. I hope you, if you missed that video, go back, watch the full video on my channel. Come back and share your thoughts on that video. We really had a good time. We wanted to explore Grand-Bassam because everybody talked about Grand-Bassam. So we wanted to explore Grand-Bassam before going back to Abidjan. So we moved to Grand-Bassam the next day and we decided to find a place to stay. We were fortunate while leaving the Kasana village, which is in Assini. The hotel staff were actually going to Grand-Bassam, so we didn't have to pay for transportation. We had a lift in their pickup from Kasana village to Grand-Bassam. So we are currently on our way to the bus station, and the hotel pickup is taking us there. So we are so fortunate. This is how it looks from here. So we are like in the village of Assini. We are going to the bus station to pick a vehicle to Bassam. So let's go, guys. So we are currently at Bassam, and yeah, so he dropped us here. We are about to pack our stuff and get a taxi. We are very spontaneous. Can you imagine that we are here? We don't even know where to stay. Since we have internet, we are going to book an Airbnb or find a cheap accommodation because we don't intend spending a lot of money. Where we slept earlier on, we spent a lot of money. Like we spent close to $100 on accommodation. So we want to get somewhere to stay, and yeah, let's see how it goes. Really, this is our small bag. We left our big bag in Merci. Say something.
Merci.
Yeah. So he doesn't speak English. We've gotten a taxi here. He just stopped the taxi for us, and we are going to figure ourselves out. So of course you guys are coming along, so let's go. While on our way, I had a minor injury. We stopped to get some medication. The medication cost me about 12,000 CFA. So while searching for a place to stay in Grand-Bassam, it was so difficult to get a place. So we came to Elot du Sud. The first hotel we went to was full. Then we came to this place, and then their leased room cost about 50,000, which is close to $92, and it was way beyond our budget because we just want a place to spend the night. So we have a booking on Airbnb, but then he has given us another option which is called Akayam K. So we are about to go to that hotel, which costs about 20,000 CFA. So we are going there. We are waiting for the taxi driver. We took his number. So one thing we usually used to do is to take taxis, like phone numbers of taxis, so that whenever we are having difficulty like this, we can always call him. So we are waiting for him. He said he's coming, then we can go. Yeah. So our taxi rounds cost us about 12,000 CFA. So this is the apartment we finally ended up. It's quite okay to spend the night. Most of the hotels we were going say they don't do two sexes, 2 girls in one room. They don't accept 2 males in one room. So we spoke to the driver who brought us for other options, and we also booked an Airbnb, but he showed us this place, so we didn't book the Airbnb again. So we opted for this place. So are you okay, Millie?
Tired, I don't sleep.
We are both tired. We'll just go get some street food and sleep. So this is where we slept last night, and we are leaving. We booked a Yango. It's a 4x4. How amazing! So this is us.
Okay. We close the door.
Bye bye, merci. So we are going. Can I see support system around? This is our Yango. Hello, good morning. How are you? Our Yango driver speaks English. This is nice. The next morning, we picked an Uber, which cost us about 600 CFA to explore Grand-Bassam. The whole toll and transportation was about 8,000 CFA for both of us, and we ended up having a bougie lunch at Coco Grill, which cost us 30,000 CFA on meal. So I think it's expensive, but for the experience, I think it's worth it. The aesthetics of the place is nice, the ambience, the music, the whole experience with the cocktail in the watermelon, the whole watermelon and the whole pineapple was really an amazing. I shared my experience on YouTube. It's still up on my channel. If you missed it, please go back, check it, and let me know what you think about the place. Is it overly priced? Is it too expensive? Let me know in the comment section. So this is how much we spent at the Coco Grill. This is quite expensive, 27,500. So after the whole experience at Grand-Bassam, we picked an Uber back to Abidjan, which cost us about 8,000 CFA. While we arrived in Abidjan, we went back to the same Airbnb we spent the night there. We decided to spend the final night here in Abidjan, which cost us about $65 for that night. We are back to our Airbnb. We're back to the same place we started from in Abidjan, which is another room. So we are going to BBR. I don't know if you guys remember this place. When I came, this was the first place Jonathan brought us, and we're about to take the boat from here to So this is going to be my last night here in Abidjan. And Jonathan, say hi.
I don't think so because we are not in mango.
And Celia, say hi. Celia, listen to me. Say hi.
Hello.
Celia is the wife of Mr. Jonathan,
Our baby boy.
and
our baby
Look at
girl.
his wife. And it's going to be our last night here. We're about to have dinner with them,
The family.
and with Millie. Before we all too soon, this is going to end our trip here in Cote d'Ivoire. I hope you enjoyed watching these videos, all my videos from Cote d'Ivoire. So here we eat together. This tilapia is so big. You all are invited. To be honest, since I came, Cote d'Ivoire food is so delicious. Like this seafood.
Have you tried that chicken?
It tastes different. The next day was travel day, so we decided to do some little shopping in the market. We ended up buying some few clothes and some few items for our loved ones in the market. So this is how we went. So in all, we ended up heading back to Accra, which was on the 8th day. So we spent a total of 7 nights, 8 days in all, and we spent about $850 each on the entire trip. Let me know if this amount was really worth it for the whole experience. Let me know in the comment section. Let me know what you think. Would you say we spent too much on this trip, or would you say we spent less, or would you say it was equally okay? There are petty things that I might have left out because I didn't account for it, but they are like transportation, water, food, tips here and there. But then I think in all, we really had an amazing time. Cote d'Ivoire is beautiful. I encourage anyone who wants to see Africa for the first time, come to Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire is beautiful. It was my first experience, and I will definitely go back again to experience this place again. I had an amazing time with my friend Millie. Millie has been my childhood friend, my childhood friend from uni. Yay! We've been friends for over a decade, which is over 10 years. Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. I hope if you missed any video on my YouTube channel, please head back, check it out, and let me know what you think. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say I love you all, and thank you so much for the love and support. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say Meda say I love you. Bye. So guys, we are finally here waiting for our luggage. This was the smoothest flight ever, and the fact that we came and we didn't have to do COVID test, has saved me like $50 here, and I'm super excited. This is good. I mean, now traveling will be made easy. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kojo Oponkroma, Minister responsible for information. You are ultimately responsible for the information you consume. And to ensure that you consume the right kind of information, here are 3 quick tips to follow whenever you come across information online. Number 1, check the source. Look it up. Is this a well-known, well-respected website that is publishing this information? Or does this come across as one of those websites quickly set up by somebody to publish something just to make you believe it? Number 2, read the whole article, not just the headline. Many people just screen grab a headline and share it across. But often when you read the story and read the quotations, you may find out that the headline is misleading. Number 3, check the date. Some persons have a penchant for picking very old stories and sharing them across as though they were new developments. Posting old stories as though they were new developments does not take away the fact that it may not necessarily be true today. You are responsible for the information that you consume. If you are not sure of the authenticity of a story, do not share the post. If you spot false news online, report it to Facebook. Join the fight against false news online. Thank you.
guys, please, if you want to join the family, subscribe, like, and share. Guys, I'm currently here in Assini, and this place is called Kasana village. I came here yesterday, and this is how it looks like. I'm sure you want to see how it looks like. Let's start from my room. Let's go. One thing about the place is each chalet is named by lots of cities in the world. I saw Accra, I'm sure you're going to see that. But yesterday we slept at Monrovia. Come, let's see how it looks like. So this is how the entrance looks like. They gave us a little flower here. So now that we've seen Monrovia, let me know in the comment section if you feel your city will be represented. Let's see what we have here. I can see that there's nobody here. Let's have a peep. Let's see how the room looks like. And this is how the room looks like. I think it's very closer to, it's very similar to to my room. This is New York. New York representing. New York is very close to the pool. We have Paris, Abidjan. Of course, they have to represent their country. Hi, and this is how the room looks like. It's also empty. So it's a Monday here, that's why most of the places are quite empty. I only saw a couple earlier this morning, so I'm sure we're like the only guests. So there is also Cotonou, and of course this is Accra representing. I wonder why Accra is a small chalet. But this is how Accra looks like. So guys, let me know in the comment section if you've seen your city here at the Kasana village. Anyway, let me my earrings are from Lodel on Instagram. I'm going to tag you her page. If you want to get an African earring like this, you can contact her. So yeah. Oh, I also see Rabat, which is just behind me, and this is Addis Ababa. So yeah, so far those are the only cities here. If this place represented your city, let me know in the comment section. I think it's a good weather today. The place is beautiful. I feel pretty. Let's check the other places out. Like the fact that the water is so clean. I can't wait to dip myself into the pool. You always know whenever I come somewhere and there is a pool, I won't hesitate. And it's very close to the sea. I can't wait for you all to see. So let's go to the kitchen area, the lounge, and then let's see what they have. So this is the lounge area. everywhere has a hammock, which is very cute. This place is Instagram perfect for your lovely pictures. So yeah, this is how it looks from behind, and I'm very close to the ocean. The breeze here is something else. It really feels good. This is the restaurant, very close to the kitchen. And then while here at the restaurant, you can have a beautiful view of this place. So this is our setup for breakfast overlooking the ocean, and yeah, so far it's so beautiful. Thank you so much. So one thing about their bread is a little hard than the ones we find in Ghana, but their juice is exceptional. Since I came, all the juice I've been having is so good. I don't know what they add or what they do, but their fruit juices are all nice. So we've been creating TikTok content and Instagram content, and this is how we look. Hi Millie. Hello. Are you having a good time here? Great time. The place is really nice. We are even tired, it's almost 12 noon now. The sun is out. I'm feeling good. And how do you feel?
I'm tired. In fact,
you're tired of enjoyment.
I'm having a good time, but I'm tired.
Yeah,
I need rest.
Yes. So far so good. I hope you are enjoying watching this video as much as I'm enjoying being here, as much as I'm enjoying showing you my experience. This place was quite expensive for us, but I think being here, it's becoming worth it. When we came, we were like complaining a little bit about the place. No Wi-Fi, especially last night, and so we had to deal with data, and the data too was on and off. But then I think it's good so far. You sit. I can't even get up again. It's time to swim and the sun is out. This is how I look.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. This is nice.
Let me know in the comment section if you like my costume. I'll tag you her Instagram page. Yeah, I'm feeling cute. I'm feeling cute. I'm feeling cute. And this is how my friend is looking. Sexy. Give me 360. Give me 360. 360, baby girl. The perfect time. Whoa, water is so warm. I think this is the most beautiful part of this resort. The fact that you get to see blue, you get to see green, you get to see the skies. Oh, this is amazing. Our lunch just came in. We have fish, some vegetables, we have fried yam, and we have rice with an amazing view. After having a good time at the Kasana village, I had a minor injury and the only first aid was a mosquito spray, which they used.
Esther, what does that mean? Sorry.
This brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoy sharing my experience from the Kasana village located in Assini in Côte d'Ivoire. The place is very beautiful just as it looks, but didn't have Wi-Fi. The food was good, the people were good, everyone treated us very well, but the road to the resort is not the best at all. But we enjoyed our stay. Until next time, on my next video, I'm heading to Grand-Bassam. I can't wait to share my experience in Grand-Bassam. Until next time on my next video, I hope you enjoyed it. I love you all. Mwah. To the bus station, and the hotel pickup is taking us there, so we are so fortunate. This is how it looks from here. So we are like in the village of Assini. We are going to the bus station to pick a vehicle to Bassam, so let's go, guys.
Hello and welcome again to another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and today we are going to have a riveting conversation with a former Kotoko player who is regarded as a legend of the club. He won several trophies with the club and also won the AFCON in 1982 with the Black Stars. He goes by the name Lord Zigo. Well, I guess you know who I'm talking about. Well, we are taking a short break, and when we return from the break, we'll delve into the conversation. Stay with us. Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafio here, and I'm honored to have Opoku Inti over here with me. Chairman, you're welcome.
Thank you.
It's been a while.
Well, that's the world.
At first, you used to be over here playing football, but now it's all over, and you've finally taken a decision to be reserved and all that. How was it playing at the Babara Sports Stadium back in the days?
Well, during our days, we enjoy playing at Babayara. And our teaming fans, Kotoko supporters, they will welcome us. They will do everything to support us so that we can also win. Playing at Babayara is all that we wanted. Being the first 11 for the team, Asante Kotoko, is a pride of every player. So our time, even now, we have a 40,000 capacity stadium. Yeah. During our time, it can take as much as 80,000.
Wow.
Yeah. So playing at Babayara We love it. And every player dream is to play for Kotoko and to play at Baba Yara Sports Stadium. If you are able to play at Baba Yara Sports Stadium, this teeming crowd, you can play everywhere.
What was your memorable game over here at the Baba Sports Stadium? Is it in the Ghana Premier League or was it in the CAF Championships?
Two of them. Premier League, when we lost to House of Folk 4-3 here, when I scored hat-trick within the range of 6 minutes. And also for the CAF, when we beat the El Ali to win the African Cup Crab Championship 1-0 here when I scored the goal. These are the two things I will never forget.
How was that feeling like winning the African Club competition with Kotoko?
It was like a dream come true. Yeah. I remember during our time, our coaches, Coach Ibrahim Sunday and Marek used to tease us and say that they have won it before, and if we want to be better than them, then we should also win the African Cup. And during that time, we players, we gather ourselves and say, no, we will prove to them that we are better than them. And so when we won it, it was like a dream come true. And I remember years back, I told my father, I promised my father that when I came to Koto, that one day we win the African Cup and I will bring it to him. And it was like a dream come true, and I did. I took the cup to my father.
But these days, Kotoko, in terms of African championships, have had a torrid run. In fact, all Ghanaian teams have struggled playing at the CAF club competitions. What do you think is the reason why we are not doing so well?
First, I will talk about the exodus.
Okay.
The exodus is eating into the local competition, and you can't do anything about it, because you see, those of us who won the African Cup of Nations 1983, we were together since 80. Even though 82, some of them left, 8 of them left, regular players. But because we still have some of the players we have played together, 81, 82, 83. So 80, 81, 82. So within the 4 years, we knew each other, our movement, our system, we were clicking out. The chemistry was working in such a way that when a player has a ball, we know where the pass is going, who is to move to this position. And it's very, very, very important. So cohesion in football is very, very important. And nowadays you won't get it like that. A player play 1 year, maybe go king, then all of a sudden, even sometimes in the middle of the league, he will leave. So the exodus, which you can't stop it, but if you want to stop the exodus, which you can't stop it, but you can manage it, then we need to invest more into our football.
When you say investment, is it about monetary aspects? Because
it's about monetary aspect. Because a player in Ghana can go somewhere, even just Africa here, and will receive about $3,000 a month, and he will go. So it's monetary aspect. Other than that, if you don't invest money into the team, you can't stop the exodus, and we have to live with it.
But in your time, we have players like you who stayed a while in the Ghana Premier League and other. How were you guys able to still play in the Ghana Premier League whilst you knew you had interest for other clubs abroad? What made you?
Years back, the interest going to abroad was not there like that.
Okay.
Now it has become the norm. You see managers of players will try to contact clubs in Europe. You see, now the door has opened. Years back it wasn't like that. Some of players didn't want to travel. We were happy. The economy was booming. Whatever you want here, as long as you are playing good, I'm talking about Kotoko.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't even think of traveling around, going around. Now everything has changed, and the economy, for instance, the COVID now has come also into it, and so it's very, very, very. We can't blame anyone. The whole world has turned into that, so you can't blame anyone. But we can still do something. I believe government should also come to assist the clubs, in the sense that the government can allow companies to sponsor the clubs, and they will have tax remit. And I believe South Africa is doing that. That's why they can even buy players from Ghana and pay them foreign money. I think the government, if football is our number one priority in this country, we all hands should be on deck. Everyone has to play his role so that we can enjoy the football as it is now.
All right, so you are still here on GhanaWeb TV, on Sports Check to be precise. My name is Joseph Adamafiu. We're taking a short break, and when we return, we continue with the conversation. So you're welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and I'm still here with Kotoko legend Opoku Nti. Mr. Opoku Nti, can you tell us, how did you get the name Lord Zigo? How did it come about?
This one you have to ask Kwabena Yeboah, the SWAC president. He was the one who gave me that name. And during that time, as it is now, people will name themselves Ronaldo or Messi and so on. During that time, my heydays, Zico of Brazil was the one on top. And so Kwabena Yeboah chose that name for me. And I really appreciate for him to give me that name. Again, it also motivates me to do more for myself if I want to be in the shoes of Zico.
Okay.
Yeah, so it motivated me a lot.
Okay, so let's talk about the current Kotoko team. Now they are doing so well in the Ghana Premier League. Last season, fortunately, they were unable to win the title after going top of the table. But this time, they are still the league leaders of the Ghana Premier League. Can they become champions at the end of the season?
I believe as it is now, I can say that they can, but they should keep on keeping on. It is not over until it is over. And Kotoko players now should do more for themselves. There's no room for complacency, and they should keep on fighting on until the league comes to an end, until they find themselves on top of the league table. It's very, very important to be on your guard, because football is a game of uncertainty. Anything can happen. So they need to focus, they need to concentrate, they need to play one game after the other, and they need to give their maximum effort at any game that they play.
Okay, so when Coach Prosper Nati came in, he came in to meet a team that was in the process of a transition. He has been able to bring in the Cameroon duo, that's Mbella and Etuga. What's your thoughts on these two players?
Well, first time I watched them, I said, wow, these two players have something to give to Kotoko. And I said that, look, anyone who brought them to Kotoko has done Kotoko well. I don't know who took the initiative to bring them, but these players are doing well. Nowadays, one of the areas that the whole world lack is a striker who can get 2 chances and manage to score 1. It's not in the system at all. So I think the one who brought them gave them the right choices, and they are doing well, and they should keep on doing what they are doing, and it will help them a lot. They should use this opportunity to create name for themselves. No wonder one day you see that they find themselves playing in their national teams because of what they are doing in Ghana here, in Kumasi.
Yeah. Well, one of the people who brought them, or who saw their introduction into the Ghana Premier League, or Kotoko, was the new Kotoko CEO, that is Nana Amponsa. What are your thoughts on his current administration so far? Has it done so well in your estimation?
Yeah, Nana Amponsa has done tremendous work for Kotoko. You see, with this all COVID, he has able to sustain the financial aspect of Kotoko, which is not easy at all. Bringing sponsorship and so on, with the help of his board. I think Nanaya is doing fantastic. He's doing well, and we all need to support him to achieve his purpose and his aim for Kotoko.
Building or constructing a stadium for Kotoko, is this something that is achievable?
It's achievable, and it's long overdue. Kotoko by now should have had his own stadium, but I don't know, but time, I think we should have done it years back. Even after we won the African Cup of Club Championship, I think we should have done it. That time we were always having a full house whenever we play at Kumasi Sports Stadium. And it's time overdue. And Nanaya, if this vision will come to pass, his name will never be erased from Asante Kotoko history book. The genesis of Kotoko, he will always be remembered. So we have to encourage him. We have to give him the necessary support to be able to do that, and it will help Kotoko in future.
Okay, but you were once a former Kotoko chairman, the same position that Nana Amponsa is holding currently. He has said time and time again that Kotoko have, I think, 1 million supporters worldwide. But the issue is raising funds for the club and the daily activities, running the daily activities of the club, and also building the stadium. What were some of the challenges you also had that you think Nana Amponsa is also struggling to cope with? Is it raising funds for the club when it comes to funds?
Raising funds for the club has been a problem all around. I believe that our fans need to renew their mind if we want to achieve something and we want to do something that we will be proud of one day. I think even if Nanaya should combine this, raising the fans and also urging the supporters to come and watch our matches, because I believe the greatest sponsors that the club has is their supporting base. If Kotoko play even 2 matches in a month and the house is full, the amount they are going to raise, like what we saw yesterday for the national team, cannot compare with all the sponsorship that Kotoko will have. Okay. So apart from raising funds, I think we should also urge the supporters always to come to the stadium. Okay. Sometimes they will say that, like last season, sometimes it was up and downs during our games, and people will complain, it's better we watch foreign match than to come and pay money. And now Kotoko is doing well. So I don't see the reason why that the supporters will not also be responsible for their duties. all hands on deck. If the players are doing well, the management, they are doing what's expected of them. The technical bench, they are all doing, and we are winning. I think the supporters, we need them now. We need them to support the team in such a way. Not supporting is talking on radio only, but coming to watch the game. Pay money to come and watch the game.
Yes.
You get me? So that they can get money to take good care of the players, that the exodus will be limited a little bit. Because if you pay the players well, sometimes it's better to stay in your own house or in your own country and play football. You enjoy a lot. And when you are out of this, even playing football, when your time is up, people still will give you the recognition. So I think the supporters, they should also wake up. I am challenging them. They should come to our matches so that Nanaya can also raise money to be able to do what is expected of him.
Okay.
That we will all be proud of our Asante Kotoko.
Okay, but don't you think this is the reason why fans are unable or are not paying monies to the club? That they think that, okay, the club is for Asante Ini, so Asante Ini is the one managing everything, so Kotoko has money and all that, but maybe they don't know the benefit also of paying this money to the club, because in Europe they do. We even have one of our MPs telling us that he pays dues to Arsenal Football Club, but he won't pay it to his own club that is supporting the Ghana Premier League.
I think it's wrong attitude. Why? This is our own. They say why do you have to pay money to those who already have money? Then you will not pay to your own people. What kind of service is this? I don't understand. You have to prepare your home well, your house well. Put your house in order first. Well, I don't know. It's their own money. They can choose whatever they want to do with the money.
But what about the fans who think?
But they should not also sit down and criticize what is going on here, because it's all about money. If you can pay money and send it to abroad, the white man don't need your money. You get me? And all the time you will compare what is happening in Europe and in Ghana. I don't think it's fair. We should renew our mind. It's your own money. I'm not forcing you, but think that we can also support our own, so that we reach a point whereby we will be proud of our country.
Let's switch a little bit and talk about the Ghana Black Stars. You won the 1982 AFCON with the Black Stars. We went to the AFCON. Things didn't go well. We are back and we have a new coach. His name is Squad. Unfortunately, he had only one local player. Are you impressed?
Well, since you don't know the local terrain, he has started something somewhere. And I think it is not about only this game. It's about how you'll be able to sustain our national team by planning short-term and long-term for the nation. It's very, very, very important. He's new. He will take so many advice, but he should be here also to watch our local matches. He is the one who has to do the selection. No one can force players on him. But he has to be in Ghana. Then he has to watch our local matches. Some of them, not all of them.
Yeah.
Then he will be able also to assess some of our local players. For sure, if, for instance, we assemble about 27 players, knowing that maybe 18 players will dress. To encourage our local players, I think we also need to bring some of the local players, because those who we flew to from Europe, paying our the airfares and so on. Not all of them dress, isn't it? We could have also give opportunity to our local players to motivate them, so that even when you are playing local, you force yourself that you want to be in the national team. You get me? Not that when you want to be in the national team, then you have to go to the foreign country to play professional. Then you'll be called back. I think we should start. That's why I'm saying that we have to have a long-term and short-term plan, so that in future we will have a cohesion, or you will not always bring new players into the team. Inconsistency is also killing us.
Okay.
We call this player today, next one he's not there. We call this one, next one. Then it's also a problem for the nation, for the national team.
Okay.
So my little advice is the coach should also stay around, watch our local matches, see the potentials, and pick them also. Even if they train with the national team, it boosts them, motivate them, knowing that one day they will be there. But he had to start somewhere.
Thank you very much, Mr. Opoku Inti, the former Kotoko player who is also a football legend. He won the AFCON in 1982 with the Black Stars of Ghana. He talked about the Black Stars, the fact that we need players who will be consistent in the team. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafio, and this has been another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for watching.
Black Stars coach a friend say Otuado make us say was had in near Chilim Borussia Dortmund. Ninya say GFA ede Black Stars adwuma ne man no. Omo man say on qualify Ghana enko World Cup. Why we into make us say die was had dan ani ede near Chilim Dortmund. Na nkra ba no Chilemu ana nka papa yi omo say ne contract atimi aba na we ye nti GFA ni ndi nkomo na omo mfa Black Stars ne man no ndi team nanim emfa enko World Cup. Na papa a friend say Otuado enso de nanom na say or the nsem aba betudwa or che say nya no kreda say ne contract no Dortmund wo no aba na we ye no Chilemu a contract no Dortmund wo no ade aka be say 3 years enso ewu mu a eno che say ne contract ne de nyamba na we ye sesi ampo na aka say ewu anisa enti ono de ogoso a enso Dortmund this year or adwuma momo on contract basis.
This is another exciting edition of Talk Entertainment. This time around, we are coming live from the AICC Grand Arenas. It's different, yeah, the stage is different and all of that, we know. And that's why we are happy to bring you this fresh feel. We are here with the very beautiful Sugar Titi. You look ravishing.
Thank you so
Please
much.
take a good look at her for me. Give us a turn. Give us a 360. Woo! Okay, so I can see as always you're not in bra. What's the motivation behind that? Why?
My designer chose this outfit. She says, oh, she's House of A.
Okay.
She says, I want to look this way today. I'm like, okay, I'm good.
So is it the case that all your outfits are without bra? And what's the like motivation behind it?
It's not all my outfits anyway.
Okay. So what outfits will you pick to wear and then choose to wear bra?
There are some that I've worn with bra.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't realize.
And there are few, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it that you want your boobs to let loose, to be free, or you just simply advertise for stuff?
No, my designer actually decides.
What to wear.
I don't actually tell her what I want. I'll tell her to create something for me and then.
Okay.
She wears.
I know this is BGMS, but let's have a little chit chat. You just buried your dad. My condolences to you. How did it go? How did it happen? I hope it all went well.
Oh, it went well.
Okay. So, do you agree that you've been controversial?
I'm a baby girl.
But do you agree to that though? Because most people see you to be a controversial brand. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Some people just don't understand me, and some people have accepted. Some are yet to accept. So, but there have been changes. If I compare now to 2018, there have been massive changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the changes in what aspect?
Positive.
Okay.
A lot of people are accepting that, okay, this is me. I just like to wear what I want to wear, be myself, and nothing bad.
So what do you call yourself?
I'm a model, I'm an actress.
And
a vixen, a video vixen.
There's this word you use, nudist.
I used to be, I'm no more nudist. Because now I wear something, I wear a bra and pants, a bikini.
Okay.
There's no
the
nude.
bikinis though, do you advertise for brands or usually?
Yeah, I do advertise for brands.
Okay, so do you get backlash in your DMs when you post all those things over?
I used to, but not anymore. Now
But how about the men, and how do you handle their attitudes in your DM?
Oh no, now I'm used to them. I won't even lie. I'm so used to them.
You're used to them, huh?
Yeah.
So they still come and offer you all sorts just to... Does it still stand?
I mean, men are moved by what they see, so they'll still come.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see you roll a lot with the likes of Ifia, Tracy, and Co. What's your actual relationship with them?
Ifia is my godmother.
Okay.
Tracy is my big sister, so that is it. Yeah.
Okay. Did she tell you the actual reason why she wasn't present?
Oh yeah. She wasn't around, and then Tracy wasn't also around. She came the same day at the funeral, and the funeral wasn't in that crowd, it was in BA, so it's understandable she couldn't make it.
Okay, you posted a certain video on your page, and then you were like, people are saying you don't have a family.
Yeah.
People are saying you don't have a family. So, how did that happen, and why did you choose to react to that?
Oh, I realized that because of what I do, they think maybe I came from the sea, or maybe I just came to exist because someone said I was Mami Water. So I was like, okay, how? And the person was like, it's not like he has seen me outside before. You don't meet me at the mall, you don't meet me anywhere. I only post pictures, so if I'm human, how come I don't come out?
Wow.
Yeah.
How did you react to that?
Not at all. I was okay. I was 100% okay because it is true. I barely go out. I hate going out. I go out when it's needed.
Okay. Tell us about your social life. Are you dating?
I'm not dating.
Wow, that's really hard to believe. I'm a lady, but I know that's really hard to believe.
How?
Why aren't you dating?
Because I'm not dating.
Why? Any reason? Because a pretty lady like you.
Oh,
but you're not the type that likes tag. You don't like a label. You don't want to be held down by one person.
Oh no, I am. But okay, I'm dating.
A known figure or someone who's...
I don't like known people.
Why?
Oh no, I don't.
But you roll with them a lot.
Yes, but I can't date them.
Why? Because you know what they do, or you know... Oh, okay.
I've never liked any known person. No, I can't be with a known person. I want a reserved person. Yeah, someone who minds his business and just keep making money.
Okay, what's your relationship with Moisha? I see you guys in a video clip, and I see you rolling with her in the video clip. And then I don't know, aside that, you guys are cool, if I understand. So how you must have heard of her condition.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about the entire thing, and what do you think should be done about it with regards to now she's all over social media posting and all of that? Do you think she should limit it, or do you think that, what do you actually think about the entire situation?
Oh no, I feel people will always talk regardless. So she should just do what she wants to do. I mean, they will always talk. If you're quiet, she wasn't posting some time ago, and they were all complaining, Mo is not posting, Mo is not doing this, Mo is not doing that.
So now that she's posting, yeah. But have you reached out to her?
No, I haven't yet.
Why?
No, nothing personal. I just haven't.
Okay. So take us through your journey. Sugar Titi. Yeah. All we saw one day was boom. Sugar Titi was on social media. Where did she come from? So people will not know you came from the sea. She's not from the sea. Actually, she's human.
Oh
so
no,
tell us about yourself.
I was born in the BA.
Okay.
Mim.
Okay.
And I was taken to Kumasi, taken to Takoradi, back to Kumasi. Okay. Then I moved to Accra.
Okay.
And I decided to do something. So I went to learn makeup, it wasn't working. So I started doing shit for myself, and I realized people liked what I was doing. So
you chose to go that lane. Yeah. But then, I think some time back, in an interview with Delay, you were speaking on the fact that you had a lot of daddy issues.
Yeah.
How is it now? Is it still the same? Do you suffer relapses from that?
I didn't get the question. You said daddy?
Yeah, daddy issues.
Oh no.
How is that now?
Oh, it's okay. At least he's gone.
What do you mean by at least he's gone?
It's not like he's dead. I would have to think that's okay. I have to go to my dad and go and meet my stepmom. You see that kind of thing. So.
But were you guys in good terms?
No, we're not before he died. We were not.
Really?
No, we were not.
How come? Did you try to make amends?
Like, it's a lot. I wouldn't want to go into details, but we were not.
So did his death hit you?
Oh yeah, I was really sad, especially when I saw his lifeless body laying there like that.
What were some of the questions running through your mind?
Like, is he really gone? He changed. He wasn't the man I knew. When I saw him, I was like, wow, so my daddy is gone.
So how long since you saw him till the time that he died?
Like 6 or 7 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Why? Don't get issues with me because me, I stress issue.
For 7 good years, and then one day you are called that your dad is dead.
Never step on my toe.
How was your reaction? How did you feel? That must be really
Honestly, I was sad. I wouldn't even lie about that. And I was crying, and then my friends took video, and people felt it was staged. I didn't react to that very one because I knew how sad I was. You understand? When I saw his lifeless body, oh no, it was bad. Like, I wanted to talk to him, but he looked like a different person. He wasn't the daddy I knew because I learned he was sick before he died, so he changed.
Rumors were flying out there that your dad is a wealthy man and all of that. People are actually arguing. Sugar Titi, okay, so the Sugar Titi you guys were seeing on social media thinking she has nobody, she's a loner and all of that. Her dad is actually a wealthy man. How true is that?
He was okay.
There's actually, he owns so and so. They were actually mentioning a lot of properties.
Oh, he was okay.
Okay.
He was okay.
So do you see yourself trying to inherit any of this, or you wouldn't dare go that tangent?
Yeah, I'm the first child, so if it comes, fine, but I wouldn't go for it.
What's your relationship with your stepmom, your father's wife? Still sad.
I don't want to talk about that one.
So how was the funeral then? If there was no communication, you did your own thing and she also did her own thing.
No, we're like cool. Everyone is cool. You're just being in your zone and being in my zone. Everybody is trying to mind their business. Everyone is trying to behave like a civil person. So we're okay.
What has your dad's death taught you? What's that one lesson that you have learned?
To reconcile with anyone you're not in good terms with, regardless the reason. Honestly, because I really wanted to talk to him. You know, the thing is, my dad was the one motivating me. You understand? When I was being sacked from the house, I wanted to make it and make him feel like, with or without you, I made it. Yeah. You understand? Yeah, that was the whole thing.
And has that reflected in your life, in your attitude, in your character anyway? Do you think that going forward, it's going to make me sober? My father's death is going to make me sober. I'm going to limit some of the things I do. Have you made such decisions?
The thing is, I'll do everything at the right time, you understand? So if I feel like, okay, I want to do this thing now, I'll just stop. and do it. If I feel like, okay, I have to still continue with what I'm doing.
Do you have plans of getting married?
Yeah, I believe in marriage. Marriage is a beautiful thing.
Having kids and settling down?
Like one.
One?
Yeah.
Don't spoil your beautiful body.
Oh, not because of that. I'm scared of childbirth.
Oh, I think you should brace yourself for it. Because every woman is going to go there one day. Or you don't.
I pray I meet a man who would understand that we have a surrogate.
Wow. Why would you take the pain to do that though?
Oh no, because I'm scared of childbirth. It's not even because of it's not because of my body or anything, but a lot of women lose their lives. Like, it's scary.
You're scared.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of your body, you've heard rumors that you've done liposuction.
Okay. No, I haven't done.
You haven't?
No, I haven't.
Are you sure?
No, I haven't.
Look at your waist.
You can train. You get waist train and then got to.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
You celebrities, you really, really lie to us.
How?
Yes, a lot.
No, I don't like what you're doing. No.
You see a celebrity with a big tummy who sells flat tummy too. That's so unfair though. That's so unfair. But okay, well, anyways, I'll believe you if you say you haven't
No,
done
I
it.
haven't, my love. I haven't.
So we should train.
Yeah, train.
For how long?
No, that training should be a lifestyle. It shouldn't be like, okay, I'm training for this month. You get it, when you stop, it will come back. That's the whole thing.
If you have a busy lifestyle in country,
you have to adjust.
So what's your thoughts on liposuction? People, it's not everybody that can train. People want permanent results.
No, so if you want it and you have the money, go for it. I mean, why? Go for it.
So you don't frown on it?
No. Why? Okay. It's your life. It's your decision.
Okay. All right. It's been fun having you on Entertainment here on GhanaWeb TV. This has been the beautiful Sugar Titi. She said quite a number of interesting things, and I can't wait for you to see it. This is Entertainment live on GhanaWeb TV, and this time we are coming from the Grand Arena inside the AICC. We hope to come your way sometime soon. So stay blessed.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is the most interactive socio-political program you can find online. We bring you facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ismail Akwe, and in this edition, we are going to discuss tourism. The tourism industry has been very vibrant lately. We had Kwewu Easter celebrations and also other celebrations all over the country. We are going to discuss how the tourism industry can help build up or even bring in more revenue into our economy. Our guest is from the Ghana Tourism Authority. He will be doing this discussion with us. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest is Kofi Atakakra Kusi. He is the Deputy Head of Corporate Affairs at the Ghana Tourism Authority. Welcome, Kofi.
Thank you, my brother.
I know you have been very busy this past week.
Very, very busy.
Kwewu Easter has been a great success.
Absolutely.
And how did it go? How did you prepare? How did you plan? How did you manage to bring all the pilots and all of them?
I won't cut you up. It's about product development, right? Kwewu Easter has been developed over time, and this is a time for us to reap the benefit out of it. Before I continue, let me give a big greetings to the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Awal Mohammed, and his Deputy, Honorable Mark Okrikumante. I'm not forgetting my Chief Executive, Mr. Akwesi Ajiman, and the currently appointed Board Chairman of the Ghana Tourism Authority, Honorable Seth Ejeba. You see, Kwewu has been a test case as we moved swiftly from COVID restrictions. as the president, His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, lifted the restrictions just about a month or 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, you realize that we launched the Kwewu Easter celebrations sometime on the 16th of March. And since that time, the euphoria has been of a kind. Bro, you see, what has been the case is that we have been very much particular about domestic tourism, trying to improve our domestic setting. When COVID struck, you do recall that the global community, we could not travel to anyone's country. So obviously, what it means is that we have to do our own well. In the account balance, they say, so we are to make sure that ours has been made proper before looking at the other countries and all that. So basically what the authority does is to market the country domestically and internationally. So if you look at Kwewu, as in Kwewu Easter celebrations, it's been back to back. We had a number of activities and events that took place there. If you look at the events and activities, one has to do mainly the paragliding festival, which of course brings a lot of diasporans and people of African descent into the country, and then international tourists from all over the globe. They are all here. Also, we have musical concerts, we have pool parties, we have a lot of activities took place. You have carnivals, street carnivals, masquerade festival, and all that.
We saw all of them because
Yes.
we are doing so well with communication.
Absolutely.
But how long did it take you to plan the Kwewu Easter Festival?
Yes, as a matter of fact, like I said, it's about product development. So even in the time of the restrictions, the authority under the leadership of Mr. Kwesi Agyeman was working assiduously behind the scenes, making sure that we were cementing all the loose holes in order to make sure that we get a clear picture of how it will look like. So our marketing actually started in the time of COVID. During the restrictions, we were working assiduously behind the scenes. Of course, what the authority has a research department, and the research department way back sometime last year even undertook what we call a farm tour to Kwewu and its environs in order to do a farm tour of the entire enclave. So that is exactly what we did, and this is the results.
Did you have any data as to the number of people who were present at Kwewu?
Good. This is a very good question. Let me commend you for this. Research is very key to any industry. Like it is, the Ghana Tourism Authority has been very strong when it comes to our research. So we have a whole directorate in charge of research. Our research department was stationed in Kwewu during the festivities. They have always been there. So always we generate a tourism report that gives you a report of what our event and activities was like. But of course, you know that we just came from Kwewu. So the research department is still working assiduously in order to generate the needed reports so that we could be able to feed the teeming public. And in as much as that be the case, of course, the Honorable Minister has indicated, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Awar Mohammed had indicated early on that we are looking at raking in close to about annually, we are looking at raking in close to about $2.3 billion into the economy.
$2.3 billion annually.
Annually.
An estimate.
In estimate.
Okay. So is Kwewu Easter going to be a regular event? I know Easter is annual. However, the other activities like the paragliding and then the others, which are done annually during Easter period, there are so many calls for it to be done, regularly, like maybe every month there should be something around paragliding. Is this something you're going to consider? Have you thought about it?
Good, my brother. You've asked a very good question once again. I think I must commend GhanaWeb for your line of questions. It's very good. The CEO, my CEO had indicated early on during interviews with the media, he had indicated that because we are trying to entrench our domestic setting in terms of our domestic tourism, trying to improve our domestic tourism, what the Ghana Tourism Authority will be doing is that as part of the pilots, obviously let me say this again, the pilot, we had pilots from Peru, Switzerland, USA, and then Germany. And then there was one Ghanaian pilot. What the authority is doing moving forward is to get a number of Ghanaian pilots to fly so that we would not depend on the white man. I am a Pan-Africanist personally, and I believe in we making our own better. In making our own better, we do not need the white man to be there for us. We have to develop our own. That is why Jonathan used to be a solo pilot.
So Jonathan is a Ghanaian pilot?
He's a Ghanaian pilot.
Okay.
Jonathan
He was the only Ghanaian one?
The only Ghanaian
Jonathan
pilot. Jonathan Quay.
Okay.
He's a solo pilot. And then the others are, and then there are others who are also tandem pilots. What it means is that when someone is a solo pilot, the person flies alone.
Okay.
Then you graduate to become a tandem pilot. Fortunately enough, now Jonathan Quay is a tandem pilot. For years, he's been a solo pilot. He was training, and by the grace of God, he's now a tandem pilot. There is a certifying agency that looks at paragliders. So
in Ghana?
Yes, not in Ghana,
okay,
but outside there.
Or was he training under the auspices of the Ghana Tourism Authority, or he was independent?
Yes, we were part of the push.
Okay.
Yes, the Tourism Authority was part of the push. The Ministry of Tourism also part of the push. So that is why the Chief Executive had indicated, Mr. Kwesi Agyeman had indicated that moving forward, the Tourism Authority is looking at having local pilots, local content. Local content is very important in order to improve our tourism industry. So we are also looking at private investors coming in to invest in the paragliding sport as an aviation sport and other various events and activities that we have in the country.
So are there any other Ghanaian pilots under training, tandem pilots?
As at the moment, there are others who are also undergoing training, as CEO had indicated. But at the right time, we're going to make it public for Ghanaians to know exactly who they are, what they are, and then also we are trying to. There's a training pitch that is being looked at in the near future, so that they could have that uniform training.
So until we get a number of Ghanaian pilots, we can't have paragliding every month or any other time.
Good. So that is our target.
Okay.
Our target is that once we have the local pilots, obviously we are expected to fly each, maybe every holiday. Yeah, maybe Independence Day. My brother, you go with your family and then your daughter or son wants to fly. Why not? Yeah. So they would have to probably do some bookings beforehand, before getting there. Then they go through the process and then paraglide. So we are looking at each over the year round. Over the year round, we should be able to have paragliding.
So let's talk about domestic tourism. Now we've seen the Accra City Tour. Is there a Kumasi City Tour?
Yes, that will be coming.
That will be coming. So it's just Accra for now.
Accra City Tour.
And I see a lot of people showing excitement and joining the tours and all of that. How did that idea come up? Good,
my brother. Thank you. You've asked a very good question. You see, tourism is a private sector driven sector. What it is that we as an authority, we are to engage our private sector strongly in order for them to be on board. They coming on board, they bring a lot of ideas, a lot of things that they bring on board. For example, in bringing up about the idea of the Accra City Tour, we had to engage our private sector, which of course we call them the Ghana Tourism Federation, GATOF. Okay. We call them Ghana Tourism Federation, GATOF, GHATOF, GATOF. So what GATOF does is that it has umbrella associations. Okay. It has trade associations under it. So GATOF is the umbrella body, and you have the association, trade associations. The trade associations include the Tour Operators Union of Ghana, the Car Renters Association of Ghana, the Ghana Hotels Association, you have the Tour Guides Association, you have the Kids in Tourism, you have the Tourism Society of Ghana. So all these Cow Club, all these associations, about 33 associations under the private sector, our tourism private sector. We call them the tourism value chain. Okay. So they are specifically those who make sure that the engine of the tourism industry runs. How do we run? The tour operator is more or less a segregator. They segregate their activities. if I say the tour operator segregates its activities, what it does is that if the tour operator picks up a tour from, for example, the airport, okay, obviously the tourist is going to sleep, isn't it? So the hotels would have their share. Do you get it? The tour guide will come in. The tour guide would have to give, how do we call it, directions. This is Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum. This is that. This is that. This is Brick Gardens. This is what it is. This is what it is. So each and everyone, the car renter will bring their cars. Do you understand? So it means that at any point in time when the tour operator moves, he moves with some part of the tourism value chain. So the Ghana Hotels Association comes in. The car rentals comes in, the tour guides comes in. If they are kids, the kids in tourism comes in. If they are the youth, we have the Tourism Society of Ghana. So it is a whole gamut in itself.
So the Accra City Tour is a private, it's a private idea, basically, from the private sector.
Good. It is something that, I must say that it is more or less a PPP thing. Okay. Public-private partnership, okay, which of course the Tourism Authority is leading the face. You know, in recent times we've had about 2 public-private partnership forums which has taken place. What we do is to engage our private sector more often, so that our private sector is the engine of our sector. So we engage them more often, more especially as part of the Accra City Tour. We have the Tour Operators Union. We have an MOU with the Tour Operators Union of Ghana, which of course the tours are expected to also extend to the various regions. Like you mentioned, is Kumasi going to get their share? Moving on, in the near future, we are expecting to have this tour also move to the various regions of the country.
So it costs about, is it 60 cedis or 80 cedis to have a tour for an adult?
Yes.
And then for a child, it's about 35 or
Absolutely.
so, and then 20 for students or something
Absolutely.
like that.
Absolutely.
I think that's the cheapest tour anyone can get, the cheapest, because from there, if you want to go to Akosombo, you can't have anything less than 300 cedis.
That's it.
Is the authority looking at the cost, the price of some of these tours that people have to embark on? Because you want to promote domestic tourism as well.
Good, bro. As a matter of fact, the tour operators, in as much as we signed the MOU, let me put it across before I go on to that. This domestic tourism campaign, which we call Experience Ghana, Share Ghana campaign, the campaign was launched by His Excellency on the 1st of June in 2020, in 2021. And since it was launched, we've had an increase in our domestic tourism. If initially during the time of COVID, in 2019, before COVID, we had a boom in domestic tourism, about 600,000, right? And then in 2020, 2021, we had limited numbers. It came down to 200,000 and 300,000. Now we are climbing steadily to at par with the 600,000 that we had in 2019. So we can confidently say that since we launched the Experience Ghana, Share Ghana domestic tourism campaign as part of our See Ghana, Eat Ghana, and Wear Ghana, Feel Ghana campaign, we have seen significant boost in our domestic tourism. Let me come back to your question. What the authority has done is that as part of the MOU with the Tour Operators Union of Ghana, we have been able to get them to be able to have packages, rebate packages. I wish the tour operators were here to give their view on this, so that you can have their view also in respect of what they have done with the Hotels Association also. Now, the various tourism value chain are speaking with each other, are having a stakeholders conference, a stakeholders forum, where the tour guides are involved, the Hotels Association are involved, the GTA is involved, the travel agents are involved, the tour operators are involved, the tour guides. So all of us are involved. What it means is that we have been able to come to a conclusion where rebates for various tours have been given. Let's say let's say a tour guide is picking a tour to Akosombo, like you mentioned. Maybe it cost about, let's say, 100 Ghana. Okay. Because of the discussions, it will probably drop to 50 Ghana or even 40 Ghana. Do you get it? Yes. So this is these are the discussions that have gone on and are still ongoing with the Hotels Association, the tour operators, the tour guides, and a host of our tourism value chain. So in order for Ghanaians to have a holistic experience of our domestic tourism, these are some of the measures that have been put in place by the ministry and the Ghana Tourism Authority.
It needs to go down because the country is hard.
Very well.
And people must go out there and see what we have in the country.
Absolutely,
We'll
bro.
soon talk about toilets on our roads.
Yeah.
Because when you're going for tourism, definitely you need toilets on the road. And it's hard to find them. But I'm sure you tell us something about that. We'll be right back after this break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Kofi Atakakra Kusi. He is the Deputy Head of Corporate Affairs at the Ghana Tourism Authority. We're talking about Kwewu Easter, we're talking about domestic tourism. But before we even talk about the public toilets on our roads, let's just go a little bit back to the Kwewu Easter celebration that was just held. What were some of the challenges that you faced as an authority?
Good. We had a very successful event, and I would say that one of our major challenge, of course, it's been a major challenge, because if I say a major challenge, what I mean is that we had close to about over 400 people registering to fly the paragliding. A lot of people registered because a lot of thinking, a lot of marketing, a lot of PR went into we expecting people to come and register to fly. And the major challenge had to do with the weather.
Okay.
You do recall when I was giving my submissions, I indicated that we have various local organizing committees that we work with. We worked with the Kwewu East, Kwewu West, Kwewu South district assemblies. We worked also with the Ministry of Health, the Ghana Health Service, the military service, the police service, the Ghana Meteorological Services. So one major challenge at the paragliding site was the weather. The weather was not favorable at all. So you could see that the numbers that we were able to fly dropped. We flew close to about 194 flights, and then out of the 194 we had 188 tandem pilots and then flying, and then 6 solo pilots. We were expecting to fly almost everyone, but that notwithstanding, what the authority has put in place is that, we have this corporate paragliding festival which we usually do in September. September, it's usually the tourism month. So in September, our chief executive has indicated that corporate paragliding festival would be held, and that those who couldn't fly obviously would have the opportunity to fly. So our major challenge had to do
with refunds.
What is happening is that we are having a post-mortem. Obviously their monies are not locked up. Okay. They are still with us. And that would we are still having a post-mortem, and that's post-mortem we would know how to communicate back to the revelers.
Some of them are not from here.
Yes,
some they would be leaving. So
exactly, my brother. And one thing also is that because Ghana has been sold out there so well. You do recall when the president visited London, there was a launch of Destination Ghana. Yeah. That launch is to showcase Ghana back to the world after the restrictions have been lifted. And what it means is that Ghana is absolutely ready, open and ready to receive our foreigners, our tourists, people of African descent, our diasporans. So, bro, if you asked with the question where you are saying that some would have to go and come back, of course, we have sold Ghana to the world to understand that they even want to go and come back again. Yes. So, in as much as they have not been able to fly, they would want to go back, go and come back. Already they were here, they have experienced our culture, our heritage, our adventure, our history, our customs, our traditions, and as part of that, they have been able to inculcate themselves in the Ghanaian setting as part of our Experience Ghana, Share Ghana agenda. So obviously, they even want to come back. So they will definitely come back for the Corporate Paragliding Festival.
And the other challenges?
Yes, the other challenges had to do with the various events that went on. Those I would say were not challenges, but they were goodwill. We had a number of people at the various events and activities that took place, and then also there were the various tourist sites and attractions. The other challenges also had to do with the tourist sites and attractions. Of course, some of these tourist sites and attractions are the Tourism Authority and the Ministry is looking at bringing them to that global standard. Yes, there are various tourist sites and attractions in the Kwewu Enclave. So in 2019, there was an LI 2393, which was passed by Parliament, Tourist Sites and Attractions Regulations. And that regulations is giving the Tourism Authority a lot of support in order to be able to regulate the activities at the tourist sites and attractions. So you look at the paragliding site, the road to the center was being fixed. As we were there, you could see that the road was still under construction. Those are some of the challenges. But of course, it wasn't too much of a challenge because it was easily motorable. Some of the tourist sites also had some challenges with the roads, which are also being fixed. Some of them would also have been earmarked to be fixed as part of the LI 2393 tourist sites and attraction regulations.
Was that an overflow at Kwewu?
Bro, there was a huge overflow.
Is there any possibility of managing the number of people who could attend such a festival if indeed we can't take in everybody?
Indeed, we can take. We are possible to take almost everyone. All the hotels were full, brother. Yeah. Yes, all the hotels, the guest houses, there were a lot of people, and the traffic. Let me commend the Ghana Police Service. Right. We thought it would have been a challenge, but Dr. Dampare and his men really were up to the game. Yes, you could see the traffic flow was just so excellent. You could see how they brought a certain motorcycle, which of course they call it police visibility. Yeah. It was really on point, advantage point, making sure that traffic flow was really on point. So let me commend once again the police administration for the support to the industry. And the tourism industry is a multi-sectoral industry, and we cut across various sectors of the economy. So the security services, the meteorological services, the health services, the military service, all of them did a great job, and it minimized some of the challenges that we thought could have been the case. For example, hitherto, at some point in time, some of the hotels also had some challenges, right? But in recent times when we went, we didn't find those challenges there. Like some of the hotels were not keeping their places well, but we sensitized them for them to make sure that we made them aware of the fact that because of the advent of COVID, we have to be very careful and ensure that the right things are done at the various hotels and various tourism establishments in order for us to have a holistic celebration. So, bro, if you ask, it was a very wonderful experience.
Security was good?
Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah. So now let's go back to our domestic tourism discussion, where there's distance between some tourist sites and also some towns. So let's say someone from Accra wants to go to maybe the central part of Ghana, Ashanti region. You can count the number of washrooms you could use on the roads. And we had an interview with the MPA, and they are saying it's under their jurisdiction to make sure that every fuel station has a washroom because it's mandatory per law. However, we still have inadequate washrooms. Is this something that's of concern to the authority?
Yes, you see, sanitation is very key, right? You do not expect that people would do anything anyhow across the routes as they are applying as people ply the roads, we don't expect them to do anything anyhow. So what the authority has done is that the authority, there is a multi-sectorial committee, right, which we call, there is also an interministerial committee where we have the various top men deal at that level. So this has come to our information, and it has been relayed to the committee. The committee is working assiduously on it. I'm happy that you mentioned NP. I do recall during the time of Tampuli, Hassan Tampuli, Honorable Hassan Tampuli, he's now the MP for Gushegu. I do recall during his time we had an extensive meeting on that, because we've realized that when tours are moving to various tourist sites and attractions, they usually stop at the filling stations. So we had more or less multi-sectorial committee meeting where the NPO was also involved, and then we made sure that our grievances are known, and then also the authority is also looking at how to push the tourism development fund. You know, we have a tourism development fund which is paid 1% from all the patrons who visit the various tourism establishments. So the authority is also looking at also pushing more in terms of looking at the washrooms along the roads to the various tourist sites and attractions, and also the tourism establishments.
Now, when we come to the tour companies or some of the tour organizations that we have, are they all regulated? And are they supposed to be regulated or licensed by the tourism authority?
Thank you. That's a very good question. Good. That is where the tourism authority's work comes to fore. We are mandated by law to register tourism establishment. If I say we are mandated by law to register this establishment, what it means is that the tour operators are licensed by the Ghana Tourism Authority, the hotels are licensed by us, the travel and tour agencies, the pubs, the restaurants. What is it is that the Ghana Tourism Authority has a whole directorate. We call it Standards and Quality Assurance Directorate Department. The department ensures that all these tourism value chain establishments are registered and licensed by the authority. That is why if the authority wants to embark on a city tour, we will deal with the tour operators. The tour operators are all licensed by the authority. So on this note, I would urge all travel and tour agencies and tour operators to register also with the authority, and also register with the tour operators in order to make sure that your activities are regulated accordingly. Anytime you go by the laid down rules and procedures, your activities obviously are regulated appropriately. So like you asked, we make sure that we regulate all these tourism establishments.
So are we talking about all hotels, all of them, or there are some specific or particular hotels that are supposed to be getting licenses from the authority?
All hotels are expected to be licensed by the authority. Obviously, we have some recalcitrant ones who are in there. Of course, we call on them to come to the authority. As a matter of fact, we have regional offices across the length and breadth of this country. So if you go to Western Region, we have a Western Regional Manager there. You can go there, and then you would have access to the office and then register. So all hotels from 1-star to 5-star, everybody, and then guest houses.
Okay.
And then we have some motels. The motels are along the road. Yeah, so all of them are expected to register and then be licensed by the authority. If you are not licensed by the authority has the mandate to close you down appropriately.
Have you gone after anyone before?
Yes, we have. Even in Kwahu, a lot happened there. A week before the Kwahu Easter Paragliding Festival, and a week before the Easter celebrations in there, what the authority did was that our Eastern Regional Manager, Frederick A.J. Rudolph, had to visit various hotels across the length and breadth of Kwahu and the Eastern region. A lot of hotels were closed down.
Closed down?
Yes, they were closed down outrightly. Why were they closed down? Some were not adhering to the rules and regulations and the standards that have been set by the authority. Yes. So, and any time when the authority embarks on these, we call it enforcement exercise. When the authority embarks on the enforcement exercise, what happens is that we always ensure that the right things are done. So we embark on it with the Ghana Police Service. They are always with us in order to ensure safety and security.
You mentioned pubs and also bars. Are they also supposed to?
They are all under the Ghana Tourism Authority, yes.
And they are all mandated.
They are all
of them?
mandated, yes.
There are so many of them in every corner.
Exactly, my brother. So, my brother, when you go to any pub, when you go to any hotel, look out for the Ghana Tourism Authority line signs before probably you sleep there, so that just in case something happens, if something happens and they are not registered, then you are in your own hands. Do you get it? So a couple of times we've had reports where issues or activities have gone on within hotels, and the first thing the police would ask is that, do you have a Ghana Tourism Authority license? If you don't have, then you have really faulted the law. Yeah. So that's it, bro. And even in Kwahu, you know, we have this Kwahu Easter travel guide. What we did was that most of the licensed hotels are in this guide. So if you are not, some of them who are not registered are not here. And this guide gives you a whole lot of activities that went on, whatever went on in Kwahu is all in the guide. I think I'll leave this copy with you, my brother.
Thank you very much. So this is quite very nice copy. Is it going to be in every hotel? Is it going to be in our flights?
Good.
Where can we find them?
Good. What is it is that a lot were given out in Kwahu, and then we are trying as much as possible to print a lot more copies for the various institutions. A lot were sent to the hotels in Kwahu, a lot were sent to the pubs, the car rentals, travel and tour agencies, and then even revelers ranging from Obomin to Mprayaso to Etibie to Abetifi, and all environment within Kwahu.
What's the next festival, the next big one that's coming up?
Good. The next one it's Panafest Emancipation Day celebrations, and that is where our we appreciate our heritage as a people. It has to do with the slave trade movement. The slave movement that went on. I told you early on that I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I believe in the Pan-African experience, and it has to do also with the fact that we try to connect with our roots. We try to connect with our ancestors for them to, for us to feel part of the history. You know, Marcus Garvey makes a statement that people without a history probably are not worth dying for, isn't it? Good. If you do not have a history, then you are not existent. So we need to entrench our history as a people. If I say we need to entrench our history as a people, what I mean is this. The Ghana Tourism Authority, during the year of return, one of our main selling point had to do, during the year of return, had to do with our heritage sites. And the year of return was tied to the slave trade movement. So you see that our heritage as a people is very important. And it is one selling point which really gives Ghana it gave Ghana the international recognition out there.
So what's the authority going to do during the Emancipation Day? Is there going to be any surprises for us? Is there anything special?
Yes, usually during the Emancipation Day, what the authority does is that we have visits to Assini Manso, Assini Praso, those river, those places where the slaves were taken to, and then that is where they had their last bath before they were transported outside there. As a matter of fact, during the year of return really is in 1619, about 400 years, when our ancestors were picked up from Jamestown in Accra here to Jamestown in Virginia. Right. So there is Jamestown also in Virginia, in USA. So it connects with the Panafest Emancipation thing. So this year we are also trying as much as possible to make it big. Why would we say that we are trying as much as possible to make it big? You know, His Excellency the President has launched Destination Ghana in UK, and it dovetails into the year of return, and the follow-up, which is the Beyond the Return. Beyond the Return has about 7 pillars, which of course we are focusing on the pillars, and one has to do with Invest in Ghana, one has to do with Pan-African heritage and innovation. So with that, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to push traffic to Ghana using Destination Ghana and Beyond the Return. In as much as we are doing that, we are also looking at raking in $2.5 billion into the economy.
Well, this is a great feat, and also the monies are huge. Definitely every Ghanaian is also contributing to the tourism industry through the tourism levy. We'll talk about that right after this break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Kofi Atakusi, and you are the Deputy Head of Corporate Affairs at the Ghana Tourism Authority. You've given us so much insight into the tourism industry in Ghana and how it's operating. And I think this is quite an important discussion, because every Ghanaian should be in on it and also be rooting for more people to come into the country, more people to see our heritage and our culture. And if we don't bring it out, people will just tell your story for you. So we are telling our own story, and we are bringing in people to see them. However, every Ghanaian is also paying some money as tourism levy to the tourism authority. But why so? Because at the end of the day, we also go through domestic tourism and we pay for it. So why do you need to pay extra levy for tourism?
Bro, as a matter of fact, what the tourism levy seeks to achieve as part of the National Tourism Development Plan 2013 to 2027, what the authority is doing and has done is to fashion out the tourism development levy. The tourism development levy is charged on the service that the patron seeks to achieve from the tourism establishment. For example, my brother, if you sleep in a hotel, right, it is rather charged on the establishment that will pay to the authority. So the money you give to the money you will give to the hotel, right, the hotel will charge the 1% on that money and remit back to the authority. Okay. Good. You were asking why is it so? Good. As part of the National Tourism Plan, National Tourism Development Plan, and our marketing strategy, and what the authority seeks to achieve is to look at development of our tourist sites and attractions, and that also the development of tourism in general. What I mean is this: when the president launched Destination Ghana in the UK, he mentioned that $40 million is going to be put aside as part of the Ghana Tourism Development Bank project. Ghana Tourism Development Bank project, yes. What it seeks to achieve is to be able to develop the various tourist sites and attractions, and this one we have support also from the World Bank. So we are looking at be able to develop the various tourist sites and attractions across the length and breadth of the country. As I'm speaking with you, renovation works are ongoing at Ivory Botanical Gardens. 1, 2, Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum.
I was going to mention that one because it's been left to rot.
Exactly.
And we still take money.
Work
go
is
there
ongoing.
See nothing.
Yes, my brother.
Work is ongoing.
Work is ongoing.
So
yes.
has it been closed now, or is it still operating?
It is operating, but not because of the works ongoing. The place is not really functioning too much.
The last time I went there, I didn't see any signs of work being done.
work is ongoing, my brother. As a matter of fact, the funds have been made available, and if you speak with the director of the place, Alaji would indicate to you that yes, renovation works has started, and we hope to achieve the best for that park, because it rakes in a lot into the economy. As a matter of fact, Abidjan Botanical Gardens is also there. We have Yas Antoine Museum in Ejiso is also there. Menchia Museum are all under the World Bank project, where we are trying as much as possible to be able to renovate, refurbish, and be able to make sure that these tourist sites and attractions are brought to that in global and international standard. So, my brother, if you ask, the tourism levy, it helps in being able to bring our tourism back to fruition. You know, in recent times, most of our activities, and most of it has been from the tourism levy, because it helps us to be able to look at where the loopholes are, and then we are able to clip them appropriately.
So which loopholes were there in the past that now have been sealed? What are like the successes of the tourism authority compared to, let's say, 10 years ago or 15 years ago? Good,
bro. You've asked a very good question. Some of the loopholes, I must confess, probably may have to do with the tourist sites and attractions, right? That is why the tourist sites and attractions regulations, LI 2393, came into force in 2019, in order to be able for us to focus more on our tourist sites and attractions, and then packaging of our cultural experiences, packaging of some of the natural experiences, natural resources, our cultural, societal experiences, and all that. So all these had to do with marketing, how we were able to bring up this project development plan in order to make sure that our tourism is up to that international standard. So some of these challenges, of course, since the inception of the tourism levy, we've been able to put them to that. We've been able to make sure that they are brought to that international standard. For example, the roads leading to some of the tourist sites. Okay. Right. You do recall when Kintampo Waterfall, when we had the issue there. You do recall
the incident where someone died.
Exactly. That, for instance, it was the Tourism Development Fund that quickly rushed in to be able to salvage the situation. So if you go to Kintampo now, you realize that the place has been kept very well, and that brought to fruition the tourism levy, the tourism levy, the tourism regulations. That is the LI 2393, tourist sites and attractions regulation. So obviously, since we got the tourism levy, it has helped the authority to plan. Right. Planning has become one of our major things that we do, because of a little bit of funding around, so that we are able to know where we need to put the trucks.
Besides Kakum, we have other canopy walkways in the country. I know there's one in Tema area. There's another around Akosombo and other places. Have they all been certified by the tourism authority?
Most of these places, what it is that we have our product development and investment directorate, and they are looking at all these places, those places that needs to be certified. It goes through some rigorous scrutiny. Okay. So as I'm speaking with you, all those places are being looked at through our product development and investment wing, so that we do not falter with the law. They do not also falter with the law. We make sure that each and everyone is within the confines of the law.
Helicopter tours, do you have that yet? No? Is it in the plans?
It's something that would definitely come in the plans. Of course, you know that there is an airport that would happen in the eastern region, and it's to open up the eastern region. So moving on and on, obviously, we are expecting to have such initiatives. And like I said, it is tourism, the engine of the tourism industry mainly has to do with the private sector. It is mainly private sector driven. So we are looking at a time when investment, one of the pillars like I mentioned as part of the Beyond the Return is invest in Ghana. So we are looking at our indigenous entrepreneurs investing into some of these tours, helicopter tours, and then we are able to bring helicopters and then have tours with it and all that. It gives, and you know, when you are in, it's just like how the drone will do its work, isn't it? But you have a personal experience of how the place, for example, when you and I, when we travel, we are in this plane, of course, you see, when you watch down, you see a whole lot of array, like a whole lot.
And we hope not to see galamsey pits and all sort of things that we're not supposed to see. However, let's talk about outbound tourism, where Ghanaians go out there to other places. Does the authority have a hand in that as well? Because so many countries are coming up, and there are some places Ghanaians go and then they are not allowed entry, and some people suffer at certain countries where you might not even expect people to be rejected or returned. Do you have a hand in those traveling outside Ghana for touristic purposes?
What the authority does is that we directly liaise with the Ghana Immigration Service and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So at any point in time when Ghanaians have issues, when they have issues, of course, anytime they call on us, what we do is that if it has to be referred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ghana Immigration Service, we do that. What the authority also does is that we, as an authority, we are mandated by the law by the law, as in the Tourism Act, Act 817/2011, passed in 2011. What it mandates us is to market the country out there. So, as an authority, we always undertake international fairs and exhibitions. Recently, personally, I also came from South Africa. It was a wonderful experience because you are able to pool the pool factor. You pool people, you pool tourists, you pool the diasporans into this country, right? It's a way of the authority also trying as much as possible to be able to market ourselves out there. Once we go out there, and our fellow Ghanaians who always go out there, they also engage in a form of marketing, in a form of support to the authority in terms of marketing. They go out there and market and then bring people in here. For example, the tour operators, they always go out there and then they bring clients in here. So it helps us to be able to streamline our activities as an authority.
Qatar or Ghana? Dubai or Ghana? I'm sure this question, if you ask a lot of Ghanaians, they might say, oh, Dubai or Qatar, because they see very beautiful pictures. They see all the lights. They see everything like that. Those in Ghana will tell you the roads are dark, and sometimes the roads, or most of the time, the roads are really bad. Is this something that might change anytime soon?
We are virtually looking at making sure Ghana becomes #1 or the preferred tourist destination in West Africa, and probably even the entire Africa. You know about the Marine Drive tourism development project. The Marine Drive is expected to house a number of projects in there, a number of high-rising hotels, number of our tourism value chain are expected to be there. So Rome obviously was not built in a day, my brother. So we expect that the tourism authority will we are putting the necessary measures in place. Also, like I said, we are a multi-sectoral agency, so we liaise with the various sectors of the economy. Where the energy ministry needs to come in, we bring them in. Where the forestry, where the environment ministry needs to come, we bring them in. Where the foreign affairs needs to come in, we bring them in. So that multi-sectoral committee, interministerial committee, is also working, where we are foreseeing that in the near future, Ghana would obviously also become like Dubai. Obviously, Ghana, we peg ourselves with, we look at how Kenya we look at how Rwanda, we look at how Tanzania and their tourism is also booming. We as a country also have ours booming, but obviously as it is, we are looking at making Ghana the preferred tourist destination in West Africa. In as much as we are doing that, we are also looking at raking in as much into the economy. And you know, bro, we can leverage on tourism to make up this country. Trust me, I'm telling you. Tourism is a driving force of any economy. That is why successive governments over the time, I must commend successive governments over the time, have been able to invest into the tourism industry. They have always been able to bring tourism to that pedestal. More especially, let me say, this few years, we've had the year of return bringing in tourists beyond their return, and now Destination Ghana. It is a wake-up call for investors, for them to come on board and invest into the tourism industry. As they invest, it means that we are going to have these skyscrapers and all those, you know, it takes a while to be able to get there. But if we are able to make tourism the #1 foreign exchange earner in the country, we are expected to get to the level of Dubai, like you mentioned, to the level of Qatar and all that. So, bro, we will get there.
Some time ago, we used to call ourselves as Ghana Gateway to Africa. What's the new slogan?
Thank you. You've asked a very good question. The new slogan is Ghana, center of the world. If we say center of the world, what we mean is this. Ghana being the center of the world, the longitude and latitude meet at a point in Tema. So Ghana is virtually the center of the world. Let me give you a story, bro. When I went to South Africa, right, I addressed a gathering of a lot of tourism practitioners at Meetings Africa. That was sometime late February, early March. I addressed them with the center of the world, and come and see. It was laughter all over. Everybody was laughing, and they wanted to know what is it about Ghana that we have, that is, we call ourselves the center of the world. Of course, Ghana is the center of heritage. Ghana is the center of culture. Ghana is the center of adventure, just as paragliding. Ghana is the center of architecture. If you go to Menchia Palace Museum, you look at our architecture and it's awesome. Our culture and traditions and our customs. Most of our diasporans and people of African descent come into the country just to experience. So obviously, those who couldn't fly, they will be coming back to be able to experience more of our tourism value chain. All that we have, of course, they would like to experience. So, bro, if you ask, Ghana is the center of the world.
Kofi Ata Kakra Kusi, I think you can sell anything. And you are selling Ghana. Well, thank you for doing that. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. You can watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and also on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. My name is Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Days ago, social media was hit with a viral video of a man threatening to behead another. Today on Say Loud, we are with the victim to speak to him about his ordeal. My name is George AC, and this is Say Loud. We'll be right back. So welcome back. This is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and as indicated earlier, I am with Idris Yusuf, the victim in the viral video where a man was seen threatening to behead another. We speak to him about his traumatic experience and the quest for him to get justice. Idris,
Welcome.
Thank you very much, sir.
How do you feel? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. But I just have a headache.
Is it?
Yeah.
Does your headache have anything to do with the experience?
Yeah, you know, since that day, I'm not feeling better, you know, from my head. Yeah.
Is it as a result of you like having flashbacks of the whole situation, or?
Yeah.
So it keeps coming back to you?
Yes. Yes. Even when I watch the video, it's like driving me crazy. Yeah.
When exactly did this happen?
Oh, it happened on Saturday.
And today is what? Thursday?
Yeah. Today's Thursday. It happened on last Saturday.
Because we started seeing the videos on social media around Tuesday.
Yeah.
So walk us through how everything unfolded on Saturday.
Yeah, what happened is, you know, I sell on Oxford Street, Osu. So
what do you sell?
I do artworks. I sell beads, and then I made my own shoes too. Yeah, and I made my own shoes too. So where I do my business, this Lebanese guy just came and parked his car in front of my shop where I do my business. And we have a parking place there too. So I told him to park his car well at the parking place. That's what I've told him.
Was it immediately when he parked? Or?
No, almost an hour. So I can't do that. You can't just park car just like that, and I told him no.
Oh, okay, so you were thinking, oh,
he will be going.
He will leave soon.
Yeah, he will be leaving soon. So, almost an hour. So I was like, no, I have to give him a parking place so that he can park his car. So I also do my business. That's what I've told him. And then he just came out from the car. He stopped me. Hey, you mad? Are you crazy? I'll kill you. So I was like,
Just because you
just I told him to park his car well. I didn't tell him anything wrong. People are there. People have seen it. I have more witness. So after the argument, and then he went home to bring that long saw. So I was sitting down when people started shouting, hey, Rasta is coming, he's coming back with the... And I run.
So when you had a confrontation with him earlier,
yeah,
he went away.
He went away. So I thought we have done. So he's going, and he came back with that long saw.
Then what happened?
And I run. I run to a shop close to me. And then he came in front of the shop. If you watch the video, you can see what he's doing.
What prevented him from coming into the shop?
I've closed the shop. I'm in when I lock it inside, so he can't come inside. So it was like he's even trying to break the door to come in.
So you are sure he would have entered if he had the opportunity?
My brother, I don't think I can even talk to you people like this if you've got me. It's very, very serious.
What was going through your mind through all that time?
All that time I was driving crazy. My mind is far. I was like, why? What is going on? I don't know. I really confused. My brother. I don't know.
So you really felt threatened?
Serious. Since that day, I can't even sleep. I'm telling my brother, I feel very bad, and I'm feeling headache. My head. I'm feeling headache. I feel pains. I was like, what is wrong with me?
What happened? How did he go away?
You know, because people are there. Nobody can go to him because of the long saw he have. Mm-hmm. So he went and then go back to the car with one of his colleagues. Then they drive away.
Is he someone that often comes to the place?
Like how?
Is he someone that comes to your place often? Is he somebody that you see
He
around?
always come around. He came and gone because they have their own shop opposite where I do my business.
Do you have any relationship with him? Have you
No.
encountered him before?
We never talked before.
But
I never spoke with him before.
You do see him around?
Yeah, I always see him around. What I know is he work at the shop, go and come, and that's all.
So it was after, trying to get to you without success that he just decided to leave. Nobody actually did anything to him or anything?
No.
Did anybody consider calling the police at that point?
At that moment, one of my friends ran to the police station. So he's the first person to do the report before I went there. I went to the station to do my report.
So he went to the police station whilst the thing was happening? Did the police come around?
Yeah, the police come around.
But then he had left?
Before that time, he had left.
So what happened after the police came?
After the police came, I wrote my statement, we do everything, and then the police are looking for him. And he went and hid himself. You see? So a couple of days, and then I've got a call from the IGP himself, almost 3 days after what happened.
Yeah.
And then IGP himself called me, asked me what happened, and I explained it to him. And IGP himself drive his car to my place where the incident happened. And he saw the thing, he said, no, he will get that boy. Within 30 minutes, and then he called me back, he said he have arrested him. That's it. So thanks for Ghana police, they have made their work.
As of the time you had met the IGP, he was still on the run.
Yes. At that time, we didn't got him.
And after the meeting with the IGP?
After meeting with the IGP, within 30 minutes, I'm telling you.
How does that make you feel?
I feel okay. But all thanks going to the Ghana police. They have made their job.
What was the conversation with the IGP like?
The IGP was like, I should do my business, and then he will support me do my business. So I should not be afraid. And he will get him for me. And then surely he has get him. So I really appreciate it.
So we are speaking with Yusuf Idrisu about his encounter with a man suspected to be a Lebanese who had threatened him with a sword to behead him. He still feels traumatized. And when we return from this break, we will speak to him about his quest to find justice. He has been to court to get processes going. We'll be right back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
So welcome back. This is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC. We are in the neighborhoods of Nima here in Accra, where we are speaking to Idris Yusuf, who has been telling us about his experience with a Lebanese man who threatened to behead him with a sword. The man has been arrested. They were in court today, so now we ask him about the quest to get him justice. Idris, what happened in court today?
Oh, you know, the lawyers and then the judges, they have made their own. What they have, all they've said is they have to remind him for a week. So now they reminded him for a week, 22nd of this month, he will be going back to court. Why? Because his lawyer was pretending that he has a mental problem. So they took him to the hospital and check what's wrong with him. And then 22nd, we'll be going back to the court and see what the judge is going to say.
So the judge has essentially reminded him for a week and has ordered for a psychological review.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's it.
But what do you expect out of this process? Him arrested. Yes, he has been arrested. But what exactly are you looking out for?
What I'm looking out for is, you know, I'm doing business. I'm a business guy. And where I am, I don't think his people will be like, feel good about me. I think they will always plan to get me off from where I am. So all I need is people should help me to get standard to do my business, because where I am, I don't have that kind of freedom. There is a lot of Lebanese people there.
Now you feel threatened?
Yes.
You are talking about his people. Has it?
Yes.
Did any of them try to contact you after the incident?
His people came to me.
When was that?
They came with apologize for me to release the case.
When was that?
That was yesterday. And then today, even today, they came to me. We are with them when we are going to the court. They try to apologize, and then, by how I see their actions, I'm afraid of where I am now. I don't know what is going to happen next.
But about the apology, what was your response?
I'm okay. I'm okay, but now I don't have anything to say about the case because it's with IGP. IGP, they have to go and see IGP. For me, I don't have anything to say. Yeah. So that's what I've told them. I've told them they should call the IGP and then they should speak to him. Whatever, me, I'm okay. Yeah.
You came face to face with a man that threatened to essentially end your life today. How was the feeling when you saw him today in court?
I feel very bad. I feel very bad. And he himself is trying to apologize because he I don't know. I feel very bad for him. Yeah, I feel very bad. So the police will see what they can do. I mean, now when the IGP called me and I know what to tell him so that maybe, I don't know.
Did he say anything to you?
He's trying to apologize to me.
So what did he say?
He's just doing this. He's just doing this to me because he's in handcuffed.
And what did you do? What did you say back to him?
I told him he should calm down. He should calm down. By the case, definitely it will done. Yeah.
Okay. I understand when the IGP reached out to you, he offered you psychological assistance.
Yeah.
How is that going? How is that helping you?
Oh, it helps me very. I've got some drugs from the hospital, and I keep on taking them, but I'm okay now.
Did you meet a therapist?
Yes.
What conversation transpired?
They just want me to calm down. Yeah, and then they taught me one of two things that I should do for myself, and then I should ease down.
Is that helping you to manage the situation?
It's helping. Even the tablets that they give me, it works.
Yeah, you feel okay.
Yeah, I feel better.
But beyond that, how is this whole thing playing in your mind?
Yes, that's what I'm imagining. I don't know when this is going to leave because I still have it in mind. Yeah, it keep on coming. It keep on coming. But I pray that by tomorrow or by the next day, maybe my mind will be free. Inshallah.
We're in the month of Ramadan,
Yes.
So I pray your prayer will be heard.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
Inshallah. Thank you very much.
Okay, Yusuf, so yes, your case is now in court and things are moving at some pace. We would want to talk about your personal life. Nima is one interesting place to be.
Yeah.
So you grew up in Nima?
I was born in Nima, grew up in Nima, school in Nima. I never traveled in my life. I never traveled in my life. That is why I was born and grew.
How did you take up your parents' job?
You know, let me put it in this way. Where I learned my work, you know, my shoes, when you go to my page, you will see I'm making a shoes. I learned it in Akwalaboni before. I'm very, very stubborn. So that's where I went and learned those kind of stuff, handcraft.
What sent you there?
I was stubborn. I fight with someone when they took me there.
How many
so
years?
I learned from there.
How many years did you spend there?
3 years.
Which year was that?
That was 2007. And I came 2010. So from there, you know, when you went to Buster, now they changed it to Buster to SCC, Senior Correctional Center. So that's where I learned. I learned a lot from there. So from there, I came out with support from the prison officers. You see it? So as I've came out, as no, I don't want to go back to that place. So I have to try my best and do whatever to help myself. So I started doing those shoes that I learned from Buster. Those shoes I learned from there. So I started doing it small at Osu. Osu is a tourism place. And what I'm doing is a tourism work. Ghanaians are not into it like this. So I find a place there, started doing my business, small. That's it. And then it's moving. Everything is moving well with me. If not this Lebanese guy just trying to convince me on what I'm doing, I'm okay.
So your time at the correction facility, how has it impacted your life?
It has changed me. I came out, I've seen a difference of change. I've seen a lot of change. Yeah, because I went there and learned. I learned a lot.
Had it not been for the things you said you learned there, how it changed you? Like by now, how do you see your life? What would have happened?
Oh, I don't think by this time I'm even alive because at that time I'm very, very stubborn. Even when the incident happened, people was like, hey, this guy, hey, what this guy would do, you go and bring his... No. No, not like that. Not like before. Yeah.
So
not like before.
The situation would have been different if you were your old self.
Yes.
Like what would have happened?
I think we will even kill ourselves. Either he will kill me or I will kill him. Yes. So where I went, I learned a lot. So I know the law. I know how the laws goes. Yes.
You mentioned about the fact that maybe you would have gotten your people involved.
Yeah.
I mean, this is Nima, right?
Just imagine. I have a lot of friends from Nima here. And you know, when you mention the name Nima, everybody knows, hey, Everybody knows, hey, Nima, this and this and that. So at that moment, I took moto, I took Okada bike. Everybody knows, hey, he's going to bring the Nima squad. Hey. Not like that. Nima, now we are in new Nima, not in the old Nima. Now Nima, we don't like those kind of virus.
What causes you, like your people, to come out for each other like that?
You know, we love each other. We here, we are full of royalty. We are like family. If you hate me, you hate the whole team.
That is the principle for everyone in Nima.
So even they hear this case, they was like, why you didn't call them, do this, what? I was like, no. No one is about the law. So we send the case to the police. So the police will deal with him. So that's what I tell my people. And everybody came down. Everybody was like, that's the right thing we have made. As I've told you already, now we are in a new Nima, not in the old Nima. So before, how people thought Nima boys will this and that. No, not like that.
What is the new Nima all about?
It's about changes. You can see, for me, as example, I've changed. I'm from Nima. I never traveled in my life. I'm 32 years.
So when you hear people saying stuff about Nima, trying to paint a picture that is not too good, how do you feel, and what would you want to tell those people?
I feel very bad if I've heard someone talking something bad about Nima. Nima is a blessing place. Before and then now is different. There is more difference in. Just imagine 2 years time, 2 years, way back 2 years, and then today, when you look into it, you will say, no, you yourself, you have changed. You get me? Yeah, every year, and then what happens in. So Nima have totally changed without short time, not like before, in 90s. No, now we are in 2000s. Yeah. In 90s, Nima is very tough. When in 90s, people are talking this and that about Nima, and then it's true. But now, not like that.
Okay. I see you are a Rasta man. Tell me about that.
Oh yeah, I'm a Rasta. You know, Rasta still a Rasta. No, Rasta is not about the hair. Yeah, I'm a Rasta from the heart. Yes. And then, why people call me Rasta? Because I'm full of conscience. Yeah, I'm full of conscience. Yeah, I didn't name myself Rasta. I did not name myself like Rasta. No, people call me Rasta. Rasta do it. That's my name. When you go to my page on Instagram, it's Do It Ghana.
That's where you display your
my artworks.
Okay.
That's where I put it.
Okay.
Yeah, Do It Ghana. When you look at it, you will see me there.
If you are given the opportunity to speak directly to your attacker and tell him something, what would you tell him?
Oh, all I will tell him, he should calm down. And then those kind of mistakes, he should never do that again. Yes, it's very, very risky. Until now, I have that in mind. I don't know when he's going to leave. Yeah, so he should be very careful of what he's doing. Not him alone, everybody should be very careful. But using that saw, it's risky, or a gun, very risky. Yeah.
Rasta preaches peace.
Yes, of course.
So what would Rasta say?
Yo, peace and love to one and all. Respect.
Thank you. So yes, it has been another episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and we had Yusuf Idrisu. We visited him in his neighborhood here in Nima in Accra, where we have been speaking with him about his encounter with a Lebanese man who threatened him with a sword to behead him. The incident, a video of the incident had gone viral on social media, and the police, upon chancing on the video, took action, and the suspect has since been arrested. He's currently facing the law. The Inspector General of Police has also reached out to Yusuf, and he's expecting justice. Until we meet for our next episode, I'm always happy to serve you. Bye.
ensure that we improve productivity. This morning, we will receive a presentation from the Substantive Minister and Member of Parliament for Efia constituency in the Western Region, Honorable Joseph Kujo. So he will be giving us the presentation, but as I mentioned, I would like to acknowledge some dignitaries who are with us this morning. We acknowledge the presence of General Managers of SIGA. I can see my brother Steve with us this morning. We also have the Policy Advisor at the Ministry of Public Enterprises, Mr. Samuel Enning. Mr. Enning, if you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have the Chief Director at the Ministry, Ms. Christina Edmond. Chief, if you are here, we acknowledge you. And we have, of course, the Minister responsible for Public Enterprises and MP for Efia. I would like to also acknowledge the government spokespersons and journalists who have joined us this morning. So without wasting my time, I'll call on the Honorable Minister to give us his introductory remarks, and we'll come back to you for your questions.
What Ghana is doing, what Ghana government is doing, what does current government is doing so far as the SOE sector is concerned, to ensure that we contribute meaningfully to the development of the economy. My presentation to you will follow the outline as you see there. First, I'll introduce what we're doing in the public enterprises space and give you an overview of the sector. I will tell you the problems as we've all known it and the achievements so far as we try to solve the problems and the way forward, what our thinking has been, and looking forward to deal with the problems in a holistic way. And then the conclusion we can all go away with. The Minister for Public Enterprises, myself, was appointed by His Excellency the President to oversee the interest of the state in specified entities. And when we talk about specified entities, we mean state-owned enterprises, which is a term we are very much aware of. And these are entities the government owns 100% and are meant to be commercial in their operations. That is to say, operate, generate profits, and pay dividend to government to support government budget. And then we have JVCs, joint venture companies. That category of companies too are those Ghana government have invested taxpayers' money in with the private sector in co-investment arrangements. So you would say the company is such that Ghana government who own shares with some private sector investors. This group of companies are part of the specified entities. The mandate, okay, and then there is OSC. OSC, the SIGA Act 990, talks about the OSC as other state entities. These are entities that government have invested so much funds in, and they are supposed to deliver public policy function. I'll cite an example to let you know this category. Like DVLA, you're not saying DVLA should operate to make profit per se, but to ensure that people who operate vehicles on our roads and similar equipment are licensed to competently handle this equipment for safety. So something like that, you're not expecting them to operate profitably, but to operate efficiently. These are in the category we call OSCs, or other state entities, and there are a lot of them. That's a similar enterprises. Our mandate, or my mandate as Minister for Public Enterprises, is to provide input into formulation of policy, regulation, and also direction for this public enterprises. And we do this through oversighting SIGA. SIGA was established through an act of parliament, the SIGA Act 990. And It is one entity which has become so important as we try to oversight the specified entities in these three categories as have been outlined above. The specified entities, as we know, and I want all of us to avert our minds to, is that they play a very critical role in the economy, and by virtue of the impact their operations make, are instrumental to the public finances, either positive or negative, depending on how they, their operations and their operations outcome turn out to be. And they can be found in all key sectors of the economy. If we take the transportation sector, for example, we see the state participating in that sector through STC, which we all know. If we take insurance sector, we see the state participating in the sector through SIC. If we take housing, construction sector, we see TDC, we see state housing participating in that sector of the economy, and so on. If we take financial services sector, we see ADB, GCB Bank, and so on, NIB participating in that sector. So the general statement we want to make is that across all sectors of the economy, we see the state participating in the sector, playing a very critical role in that sector. And I must say they are very significant, and the specified entities together recorded combined revenue of 130 billion Ghana cedis in financial year 2020. So by the sheer value of their combined revenue, it tells you how significant they are in the economy. And they recorded total net profit of 12 billion in financial year 2020. Don't forget the SCs comprise the SOEs, which our emphasis in public discourse has always been on. We're always talking about the SOEs, but the SIGA Act introduces the general term specified entities in the three categories. The combined profit generated from that space is in excess of 12 billion. But I know our public discourse has always focused on the losses. And, you know, as we chastise non-performance in every enterprise, we have to also applaud the performers so that our evaluation and assessment of performance will be complete. So we should take note of that. And total assets, which emphasize the significance of the SC sector, as 417 billion, as reported in financial year 2020. Per the 2020 state ownership report, the SCs employed 76,949 employees. So you can imagine the job creation they have given us. That's people in active employment. And we know that if we grow the specified entities, expand them, then they will contribute to job creation. And at this stage, I must say that the president's effort is clear when it comes to job creation, that there is the public sector restructuring that is ongoing to make sure that the SOEs, JVCs, and other state entities operate and expand and generate jobs to complement what private sector is also doing under the one district, one factory. And we know that if you're handling the economy, this economy is both public and private participation, so far as economic activities are concerned. So whatever the public sector is doing to complement what private sector is doing, we must be having the understanding that 1D, 1F is meant for industrialization, and it can't be done in isolation. The services they need to succeed certainly comes from the public sector, so that decisions in the private sector can be made faster. You know, I didn't see the screen there. Thanks for your attention. Because I was asking myself that we are not being efficient. We should have put something in front of me. But thank you, you've done it. Okay, so this we can then take an overview of the sector. We are saying that the specified entities, let's count them, 177 of them, enterprises or entities. So you can imagine how widespread they are in the economy of the country. And the SOEs or the state-owned enterprises are 51. Joint venture companies, as I mentioned earlier, they are 44 in number, and other state entities, there are 82 in number. Problems of the public sector space. I believe that any academic literature, anybody on the street, any person who has averted his performance assessment to the public enterprises space knows the problems. Because we have highlighted the problems enough in this country. But for our purpose and for this government effort at solving the problems, three clear channels have been developed, and this flows from World Bank report, which gives support to government to delineate the problems for effective solution. First, we have fragmented oversight. That is to say, 177 entities, government has invested in them. Government should oversight them to deliver the results we all need. And yet, one entity or one government institution will be handling a small portion. Another will be handling another aspect. Another will be, when oversight is fragmented like that, you don't get the desired result. And I must compare this with the private sector. We all say private sector, they operate profitably. They do well, they do this, they do this. It is because oversight of a private sector and every oversight of private sector entity is aligned. You have the shareholder who has invested, oversighting the board of directors they have appointed, and the board of directors are oversighting the management team, and the management team is oversighting the staff or the workers. This line, which gives a single reporting line in management, is effective. The state has not benefited from this structure since independence. And I can there say that it is the absence of this aligned oversight structure which has eluded the country and has resulted in the accumulated losses and collapses of public enterprises over the years. For the first time in the history of this country, there is a single state entity which is acting or has been mandated to be the shareholder and play the shareholder interest and think like the shareholder, oversight board of directors, for board of directors to also oversight management teams who will ensure that workers work the way they should. And this enterprise is SIGA, State Interest and Governance Authority. It's not happened before in the history of this country. So we can look forward to a solution. And I'm not surprised the results that we've started seeing is providing the evidence that this structure has begun to work effectively for us. The second problem, lack of compliance, transparency and accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe that when I took office just a year ago, trying to visit some of these public enterprises, I met a situation where an appointee of the president, His Excellency Nana Danka Akufo-Addo, has prevailed upon his staff to prepare and be updated in their financial report, which was lacking for 8 years, 8 solid years. I've had instances where account had not been prepared for 10 years for some public entities. I hazard to say that when you have an investment as a shareholder or as a state, and accounts are not prepared and audited, it is a recipe for corruption. A big recipe for corruption. Because it means that whatever is going on in there, you don't have an idea. But as soon as you cause accounts to be prepared and up to date, then you are tackling corruption effectively in the entity. So we have instances where the CEOs have gotten their account updated, and we'll see it going forward. We'll see some going forward, and the kind of restructuring and facelifting they are bringing to bear on the public investment we have in the SOEs. And we have also been aware of continuous non-performance. That is loss-making. As for loss-making, I think it's become a chorus in our public discourse when we discuss the SOE sector. So these problems, we are dealing with them head-on with the structure that we have now. So, achievements so far, ladies and gentlemen, we have succeeded achieving structural alignment for improved governance and oversight. Now the structure is so clear. Like I said, for the first time, a Minister for Public Enterprises appointed to focus on the sector, and SIGA, Act of Parliament, promulgated to establish this institution, and then boards are in place, and their capacities are being built to deliver effective outcomes, and management are being prevailed upon to ensure profitable and efficient operations. So we have seen increased compliance in reporting. We've seen transparency and accountability. We've seen what we call the state ownership report in publication. It was like we're joking with it, and in 2016 there were just 18. But under this government, in 2017, we have had in the state ownership report enhanced content, improved content. We had in 2017 49 companies reporting. That's more than 100% reporting. And then in 2018, we had 77 of them reporting. These are comprehensive, improving the scope of the reporting, information to throw out there into the public domain to inform public discourse. In 2019, we moved from 77 to 106 specified entities reporting. And we didn't stop there. In 2020 state ownership report, 132 have reported. And if you have 132 companies updated in their accounts from 18 to 132 in just a 4-year span, then you know the enormity of work that has gone into it. And I commend the SIGA team. I commend the Ministry of Finance, PIAD, Public Investment and Asset Division, the team in there, and also effort from Control and Accountant General's Department. A lot of effort has gone in there for us to achieve this level of financial reporting, and we're not stopping. We will keep moving until we achieve 100% updated reporting, so that management decisions can be made. Because without financial information, how do you manage your entities going forward? That is what the private sector does to achieve the kind of results they keep achieving for the private entities. And the state, under His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the Vice President, really mean to throw more light into the public financial reporting, especially in the specified entity space. So we have also, the achievements so far, we've achieved improved performance of the SOE sector. And naturally it follows, when you are getting the financial reports and you are looking through them and asking boards and management questions. Then they intend oversight the staff to exact more performance and commitment from them to deliver the result we want. Structural alignment, specifically, like I said, establishment of SIGA, appointment of Minister for Public Enterprises, development of policy documents, and state ownership policy, which is a very interesting document if it comes out, will inform government managing the specified entities using investment portfolio strategies. That we have a whole literature and skill sets to manage investment portfolios. The private funds are using them. For the first time, those knowledge will find expression in the public space as we look at the entities together and analyze policy directions and make policy decisions regarding their performance. So state ownership policy is in the offing. The SIGA team and the PR team have speedily developing them for cabinet approval for its implementation. And then Code of Corporate Governance, Performance Management Framework, Equity Study. Equity Study is another document that comes of a very important significance, because this is a study flowing from Ernst & Young and KPMG to make recommendations specific, entity by entity, that in this entity, state interest must be divested because of reason A, B, or C. This entity must be listed on the stock exchange because it is attractive enough to attract the public to invest in. Or this entity, it is defunct, it has collapsed. So the state, as an investor, dispose of this asset, the asset you have in there, to generate some value to support your activity. So that document will go for cabinet approval sooner than you think, and then we will start implementing the recommendations in the equity study. When it comes to structural alignment for ownership management, improved governance and oversight, we have done board orientation, introduction and training of board secretaries. In fact, training of board secretaries, I think it's the first of its kind, so that in the boardroom, you would see effective minutes taken and organized board members' activity, and then you'll be able to have the boards delivering effectively. We've had board evaluations, training of board, engagement with board and executive heads of the SCs, and so on. These are all important to build the capacities of the president's appointees. That, I must say, first and foremost, we appoint good people, and we have very good people heading the specified entities, and also very proficient and competent people making up the boards. But you bring them in line with the entity's own mandate, and you focus their skills and experiences and the profile to deliver the results government is looking for. When it comes to the issue of increased compliance and report and transparency and accountability, ladies and gentlemen, you can see this data that we are saying that the compliance improvement expresses itself in the numbers as you see over the period 2016 to 2020. And so, like I said, from 18 to 132 companies reporting, we have really improved compliance, because in the past, you hardly get the companies reporting to enable you to take effective decisions for their way forward. Improved performance. The SCs, specified entities, are improving in their performance. There's a bold statement I want to make to the public for all of us to start getting excited. The data, as you see, is showing, as you look at the graph, you see performance improvement over the period that we've been compiling the state ownership report. And I think when you get a copy of the state ownership report, you can digest and understand that the performance has been improving. I must say again, not with a hazard of repeating myself, that as we get excited by the loss making and always focusing on loss making, performance isn't one direction thing. Those that are doing well must be applauded. So the media must throw its lenses on them. In that case, when they are encouraged, those that are lagging behind in performance will be motivated to also come along in their performance. So these details, I think you would need time to digest, but we have seen improved profitability in the SOE sector over the period that we've compiled the state ownership report. Next slide, please. Loss reduction, which is what has engaged our attention. I must even say, you can cite Ghana Water, the size of the loss it made in 2019, and compare with the loss it made in 2020. ECG, same. The loss was bigger in 19 and smaller in 2020. And all these list of companies, as you see, Greatco, VRA, ECG, Ghana Ports, all of them are undergoing what we call turnarounds. You know, when you meet a company or you take over a company to manage and the company is steep or deep in losses, say reporting 1 billion losses, and then you take charge and you're able to cut the loss, you've done well. But you are yet to turn the loss making into profitability. We call it turnaround. Turnaround always starts with you take a venture that is bad and you start implementing measures to cut the losses, and you reach a break even, and then you start reporting profit. All these entities that we see were steep in losses, and under His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's governance, we have seen them, the kind of people, their competence, we've seen them turn around the companies, and some are already reporting profits. They have gone through the loss curtain and are reporting profits. The performance improvement. Let's share the story of Ghana Publishing, which really excites me and also shows what has been happening in several of the specified entities. This is just to tease us at the entity level to see what has been happening. Let's listen to the Ghana Publishing story. Thank you.
Sampaetia Obayan Saposo Obunia one kana sam Tema futu sam kakre wa supeme Yo kofi Oman ya woman Omani ya mama Yenyi baby ako Wacha za ya wareni Wonsom wanini pa Asa dipa wofyo ye Demo yembe
as you watch the video, you'll see the situation before and after. So just look at what is happening. The facelifting that has happened, and also find expression in the financial report. That is how you should look at this video. So the compound before, it was like a certain compound in a certain village. Meanwhile, this is in Accra, central part of Accra, central business district of Accra, and the state was having an entity sitting there with such a compound under government in the past. But look at the compound today. The sales point where customers interface with the company. Look at how it was. And this was the face of a state enterprise. You look at this. This is sales point, the living legends. Today, a well-organized sales point. Very well organized. We have moved from the living legends. You see? And then accounting. If you are doing such manual accounting, how can you be up to date? When they ask you for any financial information, you have to go and plow the books. You go into mining for information. How can the media be getting information up to date to even be assessing? How can the public assess them? IT office. If your IT office looks like this, how can government digitalization take? I can't believe it. But today, you see a workstation, the place is computerized. If you look at the typesetting, which is the core of their activities as a publishing company, today, that activity is also computerized. And you see the face of a private sector firm showing up. The image, the corporate image of Ghana Publishing completely changed. The press units, what they do. If your press unit is organized like this under a certain government, isn't it a reflection of the government's performance? Today, the story is different from this. And this is where the public should be focusing attention. Because there's a reflection of non-performance of a government. And so, entity by entity across 177 of them, if we turn them around, it becomes part of the government's own performance. And there's a space we have left out as a country for so long, and for which reason job creation and so on has been lagging. So, as the public, we should take interest in these things. I must also say that we say maintenance culture. It's part of the complaints we make. If you have public investment or public asset or public entity and no maintenance takes place, you are running it down until it collapses. So what Ghana Publishing has demonstrated, I must say, it's not them alone. You would see around you that lots of the public assets are being maintained, are being refurbished, are given the image that we deserve as citizens that are developing. We cannot continue to have public assets look the way they look, and private assets very nice, and expect that the situation can continue. His Excellency the President, the Vice President, digitalization, computerization, everything that is ongoing is just to achieve a developing country that is good looking. The way forward, ladies and gentlemen, is that we strengthen the capacity of boards and management of specified entities to deliver the results we so desire of them. We're developing an operational SIGA Act 2019. We want the regulations to give more effective outcomes from the law. And we're engaging with boards and executive heads of specified entities and other stakeholders. To this end, we've been organizing annual policy and governance forum. We're doing business development forum, and we're having breakfast meetings with CEOs and so on. This is planned to ensure continuous engagement with those that are managing and oversighting the specified entities. We're implementing state ownership. We're developing state ownership policy, the code of corporate governance, performance management framework, like I said, equity study, asset verification and valuation of defunct entities, that is, those entities that have collapsed, what we can get out of them. And all these are meant to bring the results we so desire from the public enterprise space. Compliance is everything for me, because our various laws state a lot of compliance, and we have to ensure that the public enterprises comply with the requirement of the law and deliver the results we want. When it comes to performance, we have tightened the performance indicators in the performance contracts that have been the tradition. We know in the past, State Enterprises Commission were signing performance contracts, but the content were not as elaborative as what SIGA has done today, and keeps improving it so that we can have tighter performance contracts. And when we administer it well and ensure that the specified entities comply and achieve the results and the target set in, then we will see the performance we want from them. We plan listing some entities on the stock market. And, when it comes to listing of companies, let me say that the public, as investors, you and I, will only be interested in companies that are profitable to invest in. And so when I hear some people say, oh, put them on the stock exchange, they jump the first question. Have you made them attractive such that if you are listed on the stock exchange, the public, as investors, you and I, will buy the shares? And so we should be mindful of the fact that we have to turn around the companies that are meant for listing. And then when they attain profitability, when the shares are put on the stock market, people will invest because investors like profitable entities to invest in. The big one, which is to engender very interesting oversight by all the public included, is the Public Enterprises League Table. When you hear league table, the competition it engenders among the participants in a league is always enough for everybody to set up. So for the first time, we're going to rank the performance of the public enterprises. When we rank them, it is expected that those that are doing well will be encouraged to do better, and those that are not doing well will be encouraged to do better. So, if you are last in the table, in the league table, fortunately you won't be relegated. You are not going on relegation like a typical soccer league table. But this one, you provide, when you are last or at the bottom, then it means that the effort we should make to enable you start performing should be increased. You should be given more attention, maybe more resources, maybe more training, maybe injection of capital, maybe a relook at your business or your mandate, and resources in general. Then in that case, we'll also bring them in line with performing entities. But I think that we're going to invite the press this Friday, right, to make a presentation of the Public Enterprises League table to you to understand, so that when we publish the first results of the ranking, you'll be able to follow and assess what has been done. I believe in May, the league table will be published, and we'll all be using it to know those that are doing well, clap for them. Those that are not doing well, cheer them up to do well. It will be our last. We only mean to make sure that all of them are performing. So let's look forward to the Public Enterprises League table. Thank you. In conclusion, I must say that the specified entities, that is the state-owned enterprises, the joint venture companies, and the other state entities will continue to play a significant role in the economy, and opportunities exist for them to make real contribution to the development of the nation. We are hopeful that the strategies proposed here would lead to the desired outcomes, and we'll all be happy. Job creation in the public sector space will complement 1D, 1F by the government, and we'll all be good as a country. Appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, after listening to Honorable Joseph Kujo, you would realize that one of the most important ministries in this country is actually the ministry responsible for public enterprises. Because we all know that for those who were not happy about wastage, about poor asset management, about lack of accountability, poor customer service, and lack of productivity within the public enterprises, would appreciate the fact that any fair assessment of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's led government, through which we have the benefit of a very experienced and hard-working minister in the person of Honorable Joseph Kujo, you would realize that any fair assessment of government performance, if you look at entities specifically, one after the other, look at the likes of NAFCO, the National Food and Buffer Stock Company, GHOC, Ghana Trade Fair Company Limited, Ghana Publishing Company Limited, among others. Most of those companies were places we do not regard. But I know that taking this responsibility, the minister knew his work was cut out. And if you look at the work that the ministry and the State Interest and Governance Authority has done, it is clear that they are really doing a massive cleanup and fixing a lot of the problems that these public enterprises are having. And most importantly, to create jobs for the young people of this country. So on that note, I would really like to thank the minister for that wonderful and insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take your questions We can take the first set, 5 questions. If you have a question, kindly raise your hand. The microphone will be brought to you. We can take 5, so I'll take the 3 here, 1 at the back. If there is any other person who has a question, we'll take it before we go to the Honorable Minister for his answers.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mr. Kujo, good morning. I have 2 questions for you.
Nana, please. I know you, but they may not please your name and media house.
My name is Nana Poku from Daily Satellite. Okay. Mr. Kujo, Honorable Kujo, some people have the opinion that why do we maintain or keep on employing CEOs who are not performing and taking far sums of salary and allowances when in fact they are not making any impact in the economy, because they feel that once you're not making profit, you must give way for somebody who's competent to come and take over. But still, some of them are there 5 years, 10 years, and they're still making losses. My second question, can we depoliticize the appointments of CEOs and board members to state organizations and enterprises? Because there's a school of thought that believes that because they have linkages and some affiliation to the appointing authorities, government of the day, even when they go wrong, they are not punished or they are treated with kiss glove. Can we, for instance, we have a Public Services Commission that appoints public officers to certain. Can we, as it were, depoliticize this thing so that people come on merit and with expertise so that they can be held properly accountable? Thank you.
Thank you, Nana. We'll take the...
Yes, my name is John Awuni Kesben. The minister summing up said Friday there will be some table of state enterprises that are performing very well. I want to know if that table is brought out as it pertains in football. At the end of a particular season, the last 3 teams are relegated. Those state enterprises that will not be doing that very well, are they going to be relegated? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the 3rd question.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Clifford Kufu. I write for the Ghanaian Times. I have 1 question with 2 follow-ups. I would want to know the status of our divestiture implementation policy. Do we still have some companies still on divestiture? And if we do, with the new focus of government, do we intend to still diversify the state interest in those organizations? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take the 4th and the 5th.
Good morning. My name is Edward Akwa, Ghana News Agency. So one of the challenges affecting specified entities, especially those that are not commercial, is the lack of resources to execute their work. As a ministry, what are you doing for them? And secondly, there are proposals that you should review the allowances and entitlement of the CEOs of some or of state enterprises. Is something that you are going to consider? Thank you.
Excuse me, you were talking about subventions.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I am Nana Kwejiopong from TV Africa. Honorable, I just want to find out, the level of accountability and supervision is enormous. However, are there any other measures put in place to ensure sustainability of this supervision and accountability?
Okay, thank you. So we will go to Honorable Minister for his answers.
Thank you for your insightful questions. All the questions qualify for MBA, Masters in Business Administration questions. So, Nana Puku, why maintain CEOs making losses and still taking fast salaries? Why not fire them? I believe every Ghanaian is a fireman. When it comes to soccer, the coach must be fired for non-performance. This must be fired. So I understand. But then, interestingly, when you appoint somebody to a position as an investor or a shareholder or owner of a company, your interest is for profit or efficiency depending on the nature, especially the state. sometimes, let me cite example. You see a CEO reporting losses. And let me be business driven and give you typical example. I'll use ECG, which all of us know. ECG is reporting losses. The CEO is there. First year 1 loss, year 2 loss, year 3 loss, year 4 loss. And then Anapoku says, the CEO is taking salary and reporting losses. Fire him. Okay. In fact, if Nana Poku understands that the CEO is reporting losses because the electricity tariff they are charging is low, then Nana Poku would tone down on. Are you getting my point? That for a company, ECG can be made to report profit next month. Easy. If we take the power tariff from the IPPs, the tariff they generate, we take the cost ECG incurs to distribute the power and incorporate transmission service charges as charged by GridCo to wheel the power from the power plants. And we take care of all ECG's costs. Okay? And ECG borrows money, we take care of the interest costs on the fund. And we say, if it were a private company, I look at all my purchase price, my overheads, okay? And then every cost is taken care of. And then I set a price, which has a profit margin on it. That is how the private sector works to deliver the profits we all always clap them for. Now, the issue is that when ECG sets a tariff that is cost reflective and incorporates margin, next month they will make profit. So in Apoku, should I ask ECG to set that tariff so that they report? And if we will cry and not agree to that tariff, and ECG is reporting losses, should we cry? Do you understand the dynamics? It is the same for Ghana Water. Just adjust the water tariff to reflect the cost and give them a profit margin. Any company, I'm holding a phone. The company looks at all cost of production and puts a margin on it, and that determines its selling price. But the state entities don't have that window. So a lot of them, you see CEOs in place reporting losses because we are not willing to pay the right selling price. Because to report profit means that revenue should be generated, costs should be paid, interest, taxes, salaries, utilities, every cost should be paid for, and then you report a profit. So their reporting of profit depends on us, not on the manager you want to fire. Because the manager may be technically competent, professionally savvy, and everything, but right pricing or wrong pricing is what will determine the profitability. That is the way we should look at it. So when we are assessing performance, it should be holistic and take care of, and should include all of these, especially when it comes to public goods and public services. We should be mindful of that. Fat salaries. Maybe you are talking to the wrong person on salaries when it is fat. I openly declare anywhere that I am an advocate for good salaries. And if this is bad, tell me this is bad. I am an advocate for good salaries. Good salary because I have said this. I know foreign companies even come here, and when they are paying good salaries, Ghanaian personnel managers, HR advise not to pay good salaries. The difference between a country becoming wealthy is for people to be paid good salaries. That is all. Because it is when they can cater for their needs and also save in the financial system, then deposits build up in the financial system to enable the financial system give loans to businesses and individuals who need them. So if somebody is taking fast salary, my issue is always whether the person is giving an output that reflects the salary. That is all. If the person is performing and taking good salary, I clap for the person. If the person is not performing and not taking that good salary, you exact performance from the person because you are paying the person. So I am a lover of fat salaries. Do you understand? I am a lover of fat salaries. Let me say. So you can't you can't use me to pay people bad. I always speak for people who are not paid well. So when somebody is being paid well, then the person is already there. And I'd rather speak for people who are not paid well. Thank you. PELT, relegation. This is not going to lead to relegation. I'm saying those that, when ranked, will be tailing. What we'll do is that it gives us opportunity to focus on them and solve their problems. It's just like ranking students in class. If you rank them and you think that the ranking is for purpose of sacking them, then you are not a good teacher. Ranking means the one who came first, you clap for him to stay there. The one who came last, you give him more attention to perform better because the person needs more time, more resources, and so on. That is the purpose of the PELT. Divestment. I think the person who asked the question is from New Times, right? Okay, thanks for the question. Divestiture Implementation Committee has been subsumed under SIGA today. I must say it is bringing together of State Enterprises Commission and Divestiture Implementation Committee and enhancing their role and reflecting the results of the 2015 World Bank report, leading to promulgation of SIGA to do what it is doing now. Gives SIGA, in fact the staff, I know that even the staff of DIC were subsumed under SIGA. So the same skill set, knowledge set, and experience they have is in SIGA. And it is also the reason why SIGA's Act talks about SIGA having the mandate to dispose of assets of the state that the state has assessed to be fit for disposal. So SIGA will hold the assets and manage and dispose if necessary, in line with divestiture policies. Okay, GNA, lack of resources, subventions. You see, what we're trying to achieve under this structure, what this government is trying to achieve is for the entities to be sustainable by themselves and not disturb Ghana's budget. That the Minister of Finance, when planning for roads, schools, hospitals, and public service, health, and so on, public entities or enterprises do not become a worry to the budget. Rather, you want them to play the role of operate profitably if you have been set up to make profit, and write dividend checks to support government budget for government to deliver the social goods and services. So the mindset we want every we are causing every specified entity to entertain as a mindset of survive on your own, because we have invested enough in you. If you go to the compound of state enterprises, you see that they have sufficient assets. Let me cite an example. I went to Ghana Post, and if you go to that place, the buildings they have, the land offices, the post office spaces they have across the country, they sit on an asset. The equivalent private sector company engaged in courier services, for example, EMS or, is that DHL, for example, may not have that physical presence and land across the country. So the question is that you sit on this asset, what are you doing? Unfortunately, the MD there, things like this, it is an opportunity to leverage all these assets at our disposal to develop products, new services, generate the revenue, pay ourselves well, and then get our taxes paid, and then pay dividend to government. That is what we want. We don't want you sit in the asset as if it is your private property, as if you have a right to it. It is for the public. It is for all of us. All of us. So when you have the opportunity to sit in there, we don't want you to operate, make a loss, and wear red band and go to the streets. Government, bring more money. Government, bring more money. And then monies that are needed for health, education. Are you getting that? So we are working with a different mindset. Of course, some need support for them to execute their mandate. So entity by entity assessment, those that genuinely need support to be supported. But those that sit on asset that can be turned around. You look at STC. They sit on asset. They were not doing well until the new MD, who is using the brand. The brand is an asset, right? Now, where? You see STC move to close to people to compete with the private sector transportation companies. But earlier MDs were not seeing that vision to take advantage of that brand asset and do business to generate more revenue. Had it not been COVID, STC would be smiling by now because they really attained a turnaround until the lockdown when buses cannot move and they were still paying workers. Are you getting that? So we encourage all state enterprises. You are sitting on assets. Utilize it as the first recourse to capital injection. And then the rest will follow if the need is really established. So let's take note of that. Measures we're being put in place for accountability. All the efforts we are making, state ownership reports, that alone, if we get all 177 reporting financial and have up-to-date accounts, we are in 2022. We are in April. So expectedly, we expect the enterprises to have completed a preparation of the accounts and then auditing of the accounts ongoing. And by mid-year, we have audited accounts of 177 entities. Then in that case, you'll be able to manage this investment portfolio the state has. You saw the assets we have. Even at book value, in 2020 financial year, 417 billion Ghana cedis of assets. So it's up to us to ensure that their financial reporting is up to date. For this, I advocate all of them, like Ghana Publication we saw, not that paper accounting that will tell you, we can't find this paper, we can't find this. When you ask for a report, it takes somebody going to flip through pages. Today, in the year 2022, accounting softwares are there. Enterprise resource systems are there. You can computerize. In the era of digitalization, we expect all the public enterprises to digitalize their business operations and service delivery. We expect that. And when you do, your smartphone, you can renew your NHIS, you can renew your card, you can put in application for passport, you can do this. So we expect them to, these are accountability measures. Because the best way, let me make this statement, the best accountability measure is to deploy technology in doing what you are doing. The best accountability measure is to ensure that companies are working on the back of technology. Then everything is real time. But when you can't find the information, when you can't find a report, when you can't find this, you can't find that, then accountability is impaired. Let me make that statement. Thank you.
Are we going to maintain the status quo because and
No,
then
start again. I didn't get the first part.
Yeah, I'm saying, can we depoliticize the appointments of CEOs and board members to ensure efficiency and accountability, and or maintain the status quo with checks and balances?
Thank you. Your point is well noted, but you know, appointment evolves from the Constitution. That is your own Constitution. I don't know whether you want to say, let's set aside the Constitution that mandates the President to make such appointments. Is that what you are saying? Okay. Then the best we can do is to work within the framework of the law and minimize the effect. For example, if you ensure that the President has a list of plenty competent people, and he's given that choice, and he appoints from, then he's living within the mandate of the Constitution, but still appointing competent people. I have observed the appointment that have been done under this government, that even in the face of that constitutional constraint and the constraint of the law, very competent people have been appointed. And that's why we are seeing the results we are seeing at the entity level and the board level. When you look at the profile of people that have been appointed, it's amazing. My concern is when they have turned these entities into profitable operations and the profitability trend is improving, can we sustain them, maintain them to ensure that result? That one, recommendation from SIGA to President, those that are working, those that are not working well. The law provides for all that to be dealt with. So we should be okay with it. Thank you.
I was asking if among the reforms that you are implementing, you are considering reviewing the allowances and some entitlement of the CEOs of the SOs.
Thank you. Allowances, entitlements, these are all what we call salary structures. Okay, salary structures. Salary structures are market things. They are market. Honorable Joseph Kujo has an MBA. I've been a senior consultant for some international associate. I've worked here. I'm a businessman. I understand business. I've been a lecturer. I've been there, so my CV comes with a profile. You want me to go and work for a certain public enterprises? I have a salary expectation to deliver that competence. Do you understand? I'm not in slavery. I cannot be caused to work by force for a certain public enterprise. I'll look at their salary before I go and work for them. And I'm telling you, when I wanted to work for Ghana Cocoa Board, and they showed their salary, and I looked at the building environment. I decided not to go. The appointment was to start from March. It is only when I was assured of a very physical, good-looking physical environment, because I was moving from Trust Towers, very nice office, when the finance, what do we call, deputy chief executive in charge of finance, showed me the renovation that is ongoing and how the new cocoa board will look. That was when I accepted to go and become investment manager for cocoa board. Else I wouldn't have gone. I took the salary structure and compared with what I'm making before going to work for cocoa board. Do you understand? It's a market thing. If I say market thing, if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys to work with. Everybody knows. So if public sector want to attract competent people, if you want me to brag like myself, then be willing to pay good money. Are you getting my point? But most important aspect is exact the performance from them. You need them to grow the companies, to expand, contribute. That is what is important. If you look at salary, and you want to pay small, unfortunately, I'm saying you cannot attract competent people to take up the jobs. That we should understand. We have flogged the issue of taxpayers' money. Taxpayers' money should be subjected to value generation. And value generation means if you paid $100,000 a month to somebody and the person generates $1 billion in value to you, you are generating value. If you paid 800 Ghana a month and the person generates value, 500 Ghana, your 800 Ghana is rather a loss, even though small salary. That is what we should begin to understand and rather look at the performance end. Whether the salary, that is, don't look at the salary in isolation. Look at it in terms of the performance and look at it in terms of the market. I think we should begin to have that mindset. When you are given a good salary, will you say no? Even a question you have to ask yourself. Do you understand? You need a good salary to do good work. Do good work, good salary will follow. Which one comes first is the next debate. Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I think Honorable Minister has also taken a lot of follow-up questions. So unless I see a hand of someone who hasn't asked at all, okay. I take that to be the last question if no one has a question.
Thank you very much. My name is Fred from ABC News. Minister made mention of the fact that specified entities of the state made about 12 million Ghana cedis profit in the year 2020. I want him to elaborate on that. I want him to elaborate on the profit, whether it's based on cash inflows and outflows or is mere an accounting profit where, we can't find the cash even though profit is being declared. Thank you.
Okay, that's the last question.
Thank you. You are getting the questions technical. He's saying the profit, as has been reported, in excess of 12 billion by the specified entities, and the losses, whether it is cash inflow, outflow accounting, or what we call accrual basis accounting. The standard of financial reporting is the accrual basis accounting. So it is on that basis. Those who I don't know how to explain this to the public, to non-accountants, but it is not cash-based accounting that we are talking about here. But let me take the opportunity to throw in a certain education. The losses, when you hear on some media platform, they create an impression that the losses that a company reports is like loss of money. No. I say no because of this very question the person asked. And it is not corruption. That one is emphatic. The losses do not mean, if ECG reports a loss, it does not mean corruption has taken place in ECG, and ECG has lost cash, that amount. When you are in trading, I'll use trading business to demonstrate this. When you are in trading, and you go for tomatoes in the north, and you spend your 10,000 Ghana cedis, you pay a car to bring it, and you haven't taken goods in transit insurance, and the car gets involved in an accident, and the car is not comprehensively insured, the trader will incur a loss. You spend 10,000, you have 0 goods to sell. Do you understand? You've lost. That loss doesn't mean corruption, but it's a business loss. So when you hear the losses, never avert your mind to corruption. Because a business loss is different from a stolen money. So let's put that one across as part of our education as we get interested in assessing public enterprises' performance. Profit, in this case, only means that the company has generated revenue for a given year, incurred cost, and not necessarily even paid for the cost. Because you can report profit when salaries are even outstanding to be paid. You can, doesn't necessarily mean cost has been incurred. You can have outstanding payment, creditors to pay. You can have bank loan to pay, but still reporting a profit. What it means is you've generated revenue, incurred costs, and the cost is less than the revenue, or the revenue is more than, the revenue you generated is more than the cost. You've paid, you've accounted for all the costs incurred generating the revenue, and you are reporting a profit. That is what it means. So let's take care of that. I want all of us to be interested in what is happening in the public enterprises space, and through our highlight on it, because that is what the president wants. He wants to solve the 65 years old canker problem. The problem is 65. Ghana got independent 65 years ago, and companies have collapsed. Good companies have collapsed. Ghana, at a point in time, was having a Kasana brand, just like Samsung today, when they were also starting in South Korea. What happened? We collapsed it. If you know the number of companies, we are also doing manufacturing car, Adom car, like the Kia in Korea, the Boafo car, we're manufacturing in this country. We've managed to successfully collapse them. But today, the president says, no, not again. We should get the right structures in place to ensure that the public enterprises, we follow their performance, we achieve transparency in their financial reporting, accountability, performance assessment continuous, so that we'll have them grow and expand to contribute to this economy. So let's all be up and doing in this respect. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, for this very brilliant presentation. I'm inspired to go back to the classroom. So thank you so much. And also I would like to express the ministry's gratitude to the team from your ministry and also from SEGA for giving us this pot of knowledge and wisdom and a whole lot. After leaving here, I think I'll even go and watch your presentation again on Facebook. Thank you so much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. Good morning. Brief us on some successes within the water sector and also some investments that government is making in terms of improving environmental sanitation, among others. Before I introduce the Honorable Minister for her remarks, I will go ahead and introduce some dignitaries who have joined us this morning here at the Ministry of Information. I would like to acknowledge the directors from the Ministry of Sanitation. If you are here, give us a wave, let's know you are around. Also, we have Coordinator, Greater Accra Sustainable Sanitation and Livelihoods Improvement Project, Mr. Stephen Akon. Okay. We also have the Executive Secretary, Water Resources Commission, Mr. Ben Ampoma. Also, we have the CEO of Community Water and Sanitation Agency, Engineer Dr. Wolanyo Siabi, if you are here. We have the Gamma Project Coordinator, Engineer George Asiedu. We also have the MD for Ghana Water Company Limited, my big brother, Dr. Clifford Brimer, with us. We have the Chief Director at the Ministry of Sanitation, Water and Resources, Mr. Noah Tumfo. Okay. We also have the Deputy Minister for Ministry for Sanitation and Water Resources, who also doubles as the MP for the good people of Sisala East constituency, Honorable Amidu Chinia Isahaku. And of course, the Honorable Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, Honorable Cecilia Abenadapa. We acknowledge the Honorable Minister. And my boss, the Minister for Information, has also joined us this morning, Honorable Kojo Opon-Nkrumah. Ministers and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. So I will now invite the Honorable Minister for her remarks. Then we will come to you, the media, for your questions and go for her responses. Thank you.
We are all relieved of the COVID sprays and masks, but we should continue to wear the masks as and when necessary. But at least we've been spared of the Ministry of Information sprays and thank you. Good morning. It's always refreshing to be honored with this podium to tell the press what we've done during the year. Honorable Minister for Information, Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, Honorable Deputy Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, Chief Directors, Heads of Agencies and Directors present, Heads of Projects under the Ministry, our friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is our turn today to give an update on developments in the water, sanitation, and hygiene sector. With your kind permission, Honorable Chairperson and Minister, I would like to highlight some major interventions that have been undertaken in the sector with a view to achieving the water and sanitation for all, which is Goal 6, which underpins about 6 other goals, and also the commitment of leaving no one behind in assessing water and sanitation services. The presentation will be in PowerPoint form and will show you pictures which will give an accurate account of what we are doing and what we have achieved for the past, in the past 1 year. Honorable Chairman, water delivery has seen a remarkable improvement over the past 5 years. This is evidenced by the 2021 Population and Housing Census report released by the Ghana Statistical Service, which puts the percentage of households with access to basic drinking water services nationwide at 87.7%. According to the report, urban population with access to basic water supply services is 96.4%, last year's value being 92%, and 74.4% in the rural areas. Indeed, these figures reflect the massive investment by government in the water sector, which is geared towards bringing improved water services to the doorsteps of the people of Ghana. So I can start my PowerPoint now, Madam. Yes. The outline will be the introduction which I've given, the performance in the water subsector, interventions in the urban water and rural water, and Water Resources Commission, what they've been doing in water resources management, and the performance in the sanitation subsector, the interventions in the sanitation subsector, and our conclusion. The Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources exists to ensure the quality delivery of water, sanitation, and hygiene services, and also to coordinate activities of the water and environmental sanitation sectors to ensure efficient and productive use of resources. Interventions being carried out by the Ministry and its agencies are social in nature and underpinned by the vision and mission of the Ministry, the Sustainable Development Goal of attaining water and sanitation for all, and as I've said, leaving no one behind. Water delivery has seen remarkable improvements, as I have reported, and these figures reflect, as I've said, the massive investments by government in the sector. These interventions in the water subsector are expected to add over 5 million beneficiaries to the national water supply chain. It is here 4.3. But when you round up everything, including rural water, we'll be getting the 5 million. Government is determined to provide each region with at least one water supply project through the Water for All agenda. His Excellency the President cut the sword in 2020 for the construction of 8 major water supply projects, and all of these are at various stages of implementation. The list is as follows: Upper East Water Supply Project, Yendi Water Supply Project, Tamale Water Supply Project, Damango Water Supply Project, Wenchi Water Supply Project, Sunyani Water Supply Project, Keta Water Supply Project, and Sekendi Takrade Water Supply Project. I'll touch each one of them to let you know at what stage it is. The project for Upper East Water Upper East Water has been substantially completed, and it is due for commissioning, as mentioned by His Excellency the President during the SONA address. And you can see from the pictures the inception of the project up to the middle when they were doing all these structures, bringing them up. And then you see pictures of the connecting clarified water tanks with filters and the low lift pump station. And then to your right, you have the completed water treatment plant. All the booster stations and the elevated tanks have been completed. With regard to Keta Water, we've done the value for money audits. The site acquisition for water treatment plant and intake is completed. Contractors are on site and construction is currently ongoing. In fact, they've even finished the staff bungalows. The project is expected to be completed in December 2023 as scheduled. We have done field site visits, and you can see that in our presentation. Tamale Water Supply Project. This Tamale Water Supply Project happens to be the biggest water project ever undertaken by this government. It's going to give us 135,000 cubic meters per day. And the original one, which has its intake from the Dalong River, is 30,000 cubic meters per day, and also constructed by the NPP government under former President John Agyekum Kufuor. The loan agreement has been signed, value for money has been done, and audit has been done to pave the way for commencement of the project. The development phase has been completed. Damango Water, I'll call it the famous Damango Water Supply Project. Currently, the development phase, which includes the detailed engineering design, has been completed, and the loan agreement has been signed. Value for money audit has been completed for the commencement of the project. Very soon, the contractors will go and occupy the site. Yendi Water Supply Project. Preparation of detailed project report and final tender document for the rehabilitation and upgrading of the potable water system have been completed. We are waiting the shortlisted companies from the Indian Exim Bank so as to initiate the procurement of the contractor to undertake the construction of the water supply system. I know this is of immense concern to His Excellency the President and our Overlord Diana. We pledge to do all we can to expedite action on this. The Wenchi Water Supply Project. Preliminary designs are ongoing, and the contractor, they are on site, and they are clearing the site to start the project. Value for money audit has been completed. Sekendi Takoradi Water Supply Project. The loan agreement has been signed. Value for money audit has been completed. Advance payment is being processed to enable contractor mobilized to sites. Sunyane Water Supply Project. The loan agreement has also been signed. Value for money audits completed. And development phase has also been completed. Very soon, I'm sure the contractor will go to site. Rural water supply. That finishes the urban water systems. We are now on rural water supply. Similar to urban subsector, the government has also initiated several projects within the rural water subsector under the Water for All agenda. This is to ensure that the population within the rural water space also have access to sustainable water supply services. We have the 5-district water supply project by Strabag, which is the phase 3. We also have the Ghana-Spain debt swap for development program. We also have the rural communities and small towns water supply project, and also the rehabilitation of some small towns and community pipe schemes by CWSA under the reform program. The progress of work. The project is expected to benefit about 222,075 people in the Central Tong, North Tong, Whole West, Adaklu, and Agotime, Zupe districts. The project will cover 183 communities. The construction is ongoing, and the project is expected to be completed by December 2022. Excuse me. Excuse me. I had to dab mine. As you can see, the progress of works for the Strabag water supply project is on the screen. Yes. We have, under the Ghana-Spain debt swap development program, 4 out of 6 limited mechanized systems have been completed, with 3 installed with iron removal plants. You know, some of our boreholes have, or water aquifers have iron and other trace minerals, so we need to remove them before we can serve the people with the potable water. In addition, 5 out of 12 small town pipe systems have also been completed, with 2 installed with iron removal plants. The remaining plants are at various stages of completion. We have the rural communities and small towns water supply projects. Sites verification has been finalized and community engagement completed. Draft concept designs on the small water pipe systems to be constructed, and then the detailed information on water quality of the point sources have been completed and forwarded to Community Water and Sanitation Agency for their study and consideration. The project, when completed, will benefit about 282,000 people. The project, under the rehabilitation of some small towns and community pipe schemes by CWSA under the reform program. Rehabilitation of the MIM and the Yeji. MIM is in the Ahafo region, Yeji is in the Bono East region. The water systems will be completed in July 2022. I'll briefly touch on a few challenges that we are facing. And I must say, the biggest and the most, if I may say, serious challenge is this phenomenon of galamsey, or illegal mining on our river bodies. This has created huge problems for our water systems. And our concern, I must stress, is that if we are borrowing close to $1 billion to do projects, and the raw water sources are contaminated, polluted, and the machines will be drawing in mud, where are we going, and what do we want to do with our water bodies? We have our own people mining in the river bodies and in the buffer areas, and this must stop. I am told and briefed that the regional security, RECSEC, they are on top of this issue. Very soon, we will take some of you with us to go and find out the progress of work. But this needs to stop. We also have the challenge of intermittent power supply, and this is because anytime the power is off, our machines go off, and it takes us time to also get to work when the power is restored. We have obsolete electromechanical equipment that we are trying to replace and work on them. Old distribution and transmission pipelines. For those of us who are younger than 60 years, who are below the age of 60 years, we know some of these pipelines were laid 65 years ago, 60 years ago, and we need to replace them. We also have old distribution and, yes, I've said that. And we have old meters that give us wrong reading. Now we have installed bulk meters to give us the quantum of water we produce so that we can account for. We have the phenomenon of non-revenue water, which was as high as 54% in 2017. Now they've worked hard, Ghana water company has worked hard to reduce it to 45%. We're expecting more reductions. It means within the period, we're able to reduce it by 9%, MD, yes. So we have that as a challenge. We also have the challenge of illegal connections. And this is a very serious issue. Just yesterday, a resident of East Legon was caught red-handed. He had connected 2 big pipes into our main line and had denied the whole catchment area of water. When he was apprehended and the pipes were disconnected, immediately water started flowing in people's homes. But the most serious aspect of this crime is that people whom he had denied water through the illegal connection were buying water from him. He was selling water to them. Illegal connection, illegally selling water without permits. So I think the MD today, they are handling that issue, and he will surely be handed over to the police. And I hope he will pay up for the number of years or months he had wrongly done. Yes. And then also I have proposed that we start very soon doing a house-to-house audit of the water we use in our homes, so that those of us who have been denied water by others can have the water flowing. We also have the encroachment on our water supply infrastructure. And this is as a result of all these illegal mining and also people farming close to the catchment area that we have installed our systems. We also have the sand and stone winning, especially at the Dalong headworks in Tamale and Wager headworks. I think we all saw the trip we made on the Wager area. It's on the screen. People were carting stone and sand from the buffer that we had erected to protect the Wager water system. I must also stress that we have a serious issue at Daboase, Sechere-Hemang, Odaso, and Wa. People have started even winning sand from the White and Black Vault rivers. If we do not stop this, very soon, that one is for sure, we will not have water to drink. So people, like the president said, we shouldn't be spectators, we should be citizens, active citizens, so that we can protect what God has endowed this country with. We are boasting that God has given us 53.2 billion cubic meters of surface water. Per arrangements with UNESCO, we are getting funding for quantifying the underground water we have. But what are we doing with the water? We are saying we are using only 14%. The rest is being destroyed, and we need to speak up and stop those people destroying our water bodies. We also have these introduction of fertilizers and pollutants, especially when they farm very close to the river bodies. These drain into the water bodies. We all have pictures of muddied water. So if we have to draw this water to treat, you can imagine the level of costs for treatment of the dirty, polluted water. Both the left and the right, which is to your right and left, they are both polluted. You have people, and these are Ghanaians standing there. You can't say they are not. If they are not, they have collaborators who are Ghanaians, and we must stop this. Another serious issue is the fact that some of these who carry out these nefarious acts have diverted the natural course of our river bodies. If I had been told like 5-10 years ago, I would have said maybe it will happen in a dream. But it's happening. People have the audacity to divert the Pra, the Ankobra, the Brim, just because they want money for themselves. Greed, inordinate greed, and that must stop. We are trying to put the rivers back to their normal places. But please, I'm pleading seriously with those who do that to stop. We have this one is Odaso. This one is the Pra. And then the Ankobra. It will be to your left and right. Here we have it on my right and left. Okay. Then we have the next picture at Odaso. This is the Ofeng. And then Osino, which is the Brim. I'll now move on to the specific interventions to address the challenges. We are replacing weak sections of the 1,050 millimeter, which is a 42-inch transmission pipeline from Kwon water treatment plants to Tema booster station to improve water supply to Tema and surrounding communities. And we are spending a total of an IGF of 2.4 million to do this. We are replacing 4 defective treated water pumps that were initially put out of service at the Tema booster station. We also are carrying out nationwide installation of automatic voltage regulators known as AVRs to stabilize power supply. We are also installing bulk meters and zonal metering to also account for the water that is produced. Rehabilitation of filters is ongoing, and this is to reduce water treatment losses to improve efficiency of water filtration process at the following production stations: Brimso headworks in the central region, in Chaban water treatment plant in the western region, Adam Clark at Weja in Greater Accra, and Peve headworks in the Volta region. You can see from the presentation, yes, the process of replacing of pipelines at Bechele, which is in the Pong Katamanso municipality. We also have the replacement of old valves at Weja plant, treatment plants that we witnessed ourselves. We also have the underwater welding being carried out to repair damaged pipelines. With water resources management, Ghana currently, as I've said, we have billions of cubic meters of water per year. Yes, we are endowed, it's not per year, but we are endowed with this quantum of water, of natural fresh water, and as I've said, 14% is currently being utilized, both in privately, domestically, and industrially. But the rest we must protect. The integrity of this renewable freshwater resource endowment, together with the availability of groundwater at various geological locations, is constantly being threatened by irresponsible human activities, such as illegal mining, farming activities within buffer zones of water bodies, and the release of effluent into water bodies. The indiscriminate drilling of boreholes without permit is also a factor. People need to register with the Water Resources Commission before they drill boreholes so that the water that gushes out can be tested for quality purposes. Because if you do not do it, you could have iron, fluoride, etc. in your water. You are encouraged to do that. The fee is very small, and the testing of the quality is free. Interventions to enhance water resources management includes routine water quality assessment, increasing the number of monitoring stations from 62 to 86. The ministry is collaborating with the UNESCO, as I've said, to undertake the assessment to determine the extent of water quantity and quality of groundwater resources in Ghana. At the World Water Forum, we saw the report that was given. The whole of West Africa has been earmarked for this exercise, and Ghana will be at the top of the list to make sure we make groundwater visible for us to know the quantum we have underground. Measures are continually being implemented with a view to improving the protection of our water bodies from unregulated activities of galamsey and illegal gravel sand winners. We are also mapping out hydrologically sensitive areas which are subject to degradation, erosion, drought, flooding, and pollution from human activities within forest reserves and other selected areas such as the sources of rivers and wetlands, so as to provide valuable information for decision making. Tree planting activities in response to the degradation along riverbanks is being carried out. The ministry, through the Water Resources Commission, is implementing and facilitating the creation of riparian buffer zones to restore the ecological health of degraded water bodies. The report of the 2021 populations census gives us a bird's eye view of the sanitation situation in this country currently. The report gives us a figure of 59.3, which is 3 in 5 households now have access to toilet facilities, with more than half of these households sharing improved toilet facilities. This shows an increment of 26.3% from the previous year's value of 33%. We have carried out an aggressive intervention to make sure we eradicate open defecation. Hence, the projects that have been successfully carried out in Accra, Greater Accra already. We've briefed on that last year, so not touch on this. If we'll do, it will be for information, reinforcement of information purposes only. This Gamma project is what I'm talking about. It's been a flagship project. It was able to produce over 35,000 household toilets, and we've taken note that since 2017 to now, no outbreak of cholera and dysentery in the Greater Accra region, and this is all due to the heightened sensibilities in our sanitation space. The project was so successful that it's being replicated in Greater Kumasi metropolitan area. This project seeks to provide 30,000 household toilets and construct 120 disability-friendly, gender-sensitive institutional sanitation facilities for beneficiary schools in the Greater Kumasi metropolitan area. It's also to rehabilitate the Asafo sewage system in Kumasi. Works have commenced in all the beneficiary municipalities, which include Kumasi metropolitan area, Asokwa municipality, Tafo, Swame, Kwadaso, Asokore Mampo, Furikrum, Ejuso, Kwabri East, Bosomche, Achuma, Kwangoma, we chose Trede. And all these assemblies will be provided with household toilets. Additionally, the project will provide 12,000 toilets and 30 beneficiary schools in the Greater Accra metropolitan area. The extra funding we had will also add 12,000 to the already 35,000 household toilets we've provided in Accra, and also add to the 406 institutional toilets that we have also provided in Accra. Under phase 1, as I've said, of the Gamma project, we were able to do 35,541 household toilets to low-income beneficiaries. And we also completed 406 disability-friendly school toilets with separate blocks for girls, boys, and also for teachers. We also want to stress the privacy that we provide to the girl child, very important, and water and soap also for hand washing, and sanitary disposal systems to benefit 251,872 school pupils. In addition, the project has also supported the provision of a total of 56 kilometers conventional off-site simplified sewerage systems to serve 2 low-income urban communities in Accra, namely Ashama New Town Community, TDC Quarters, and Banco. These projects are ready for commissioning, and we have them up there, the Banco one, and then the Ashama Newtown community projects. I'll touch briefly on the launch of the Biodigester toilet construction and installation manual. Under the Gamma project, the ministry, through the Gamma SWP, has developed a document to highlight the entire process of constructing and installing a biodigester in simple, plain, and easy to understand language with illustrations. This manual is expected to be useful to engineers, technicians, artisans, entrepreneurs, and institutions in the wash sector. And this was launched at the just ended engineers meeting at La Palm Hotel. You can see from here, it was done by the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources. We also have the Garrett project, which is ongoing, and this project is constructing an engineered sanitary landfill and the materials recovery facility in the Ga West municipality. In addition, a transfer station is being constructed within the Ga East municipality. Furthermore, the dam site at Abokobi, those of us who know Abokobi quite well, we are going to cap this dam site. So we have decommissioned it virtually. The Greater Accra Sustainable Sanitation and Livelihood Improvement Project, which is known as GhanaWeb, is also ongoing. The ministry, under the Greater Accra Sustainable Sanitation and Livelihood Improvement Project, is constructing an additional 800 household toilet facilities to the initial 4,160 household toilet facilities constructed. In addition, 15-kilometer condominium sewers will be constructed in beneficiary communities. Additionally, 205 small motor-powered three-wheeled vehicles and 25 skip loaders and 50 skip containers are being procured for distribution to the beneficiaries of the beneficiary MMDAs. This is very important because this provides the linkage between the production of the waste and the transportation of the waste to either the transfer site or to the landfill site. We also have the integrated and recycling composting plants. Government, through the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources and in collaboration with the private sector, has initiated the process to provide integrated and recycling composting plants through public-private partnership arrangement in all the 16 regions of the country. Construction has commenced, and they are at different stages of completion. I must say that the Kumasi one has been completed, and it was commissioned by His Excellency the President, assisted by Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II. Furthermore, government is also considering providing wastewater treatment plants in all the 16 regions of the country under the same arrangement. As you can see the presentations, we have the Asakai in the western region. We have the projects at Sevurioso. We have the project at Sunyani. We have the project at Ho in the Volta region. We have the project at Dambai in the Uti region and Damango in the Savannah region. We also have the facility at Wa in the Upper West region, and we also have the facility at Bolga in the Upper East region. We have the Techiman Fiaso in the Bono East region. Then we have the Mankesim, the Central region. Then we have Goso in the Ahafu region. And I must say that our doors are open to the private sector entities that are willing and ready to do business with us. Government has started with the decommissioning and re-engineering of the landfill sites at Pong in the Greater Accra region and Oti in the Ashanti region. This is to transform and improve the management of municipal waste and the environmental conditions of the communities within which these sites are found. Currently, work done are 97% and 70% at Pong and Oti sites respectively. We'll see the before and after pictures. We also want to encourage waste to energy, which will also take up when we reuse, recover, and recycle. What is left can be used to create energy, green energy. And there's a pilot project which has been constructed in the Atrumanwa-Abidjan South municipality in the town called Jankoba. The project is being funded by the German government at a cost of €6 million. The project is ready and is going to produce 400 kilowatts of energy, and it's ready for commissioning. We also have the management of fecal sludge. Through the African Development Bank, government has secured funding to undertake feasibility studies and engineering designs for fecal sludge management in 12 secondary cities across the country. And these cities are Wa, Aguna Swedru, Techiman, Nkoko, Hohoi, Bogatanga, Yendi, Sunyane, Konongo, Kufuridua, Takwa, and Dambai. Currently, evaluation report for the selection of consultants has been forwarded to the ADB for no objection to us. In conclusion, I wish to state that the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources will continue to provide the needed wash infrastructure, leadership, and support to ensure that government's agenda for water and sanitation for all is achieved. I therefore wish to entreat the blessing of the Lord upon this great nation of ours, and I pray for the leadership of this nation, pray for His Excellency, the President, to lead us to the promised land, and ask that we all join forces and play our respective roles together with government to maintain a healthy environment, conserve, protect, and preserve our precious water resources. Thank you, and God bless us all. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the Honorable Minister. In fact, her presentation has been an eye-opener as I listened to the Honorable Minister talk about the various investments that government has made in the water sector and also to deal with issues of sanitation and hygiene. You realize that there is a direct correlation between issues of public health and also the kind of investments that the government has made. No wonder we've been able to bring COVID-19 pandemic under control. No wonder we no longer record many cases in relation to cholera and other diseases. It was also interesting to know that from the National Population and Housing Census data, as it stands now, we've been able to, in terms of drinking water for household, we have as much as 87% coverage, 96% in urban areas, and also 74% in rural areas. I think that is very impressive, and I would like to thank the Honorable Minister and her team for the wonderful work done. I will now invite the media present to ask questions. If they have any questions, kindly raise your hand and then proceed to mention the name of your media house and also ask your question. And then we can go to the Honorable Minister to answer your questions. So if you have any question, okay, I can see 2 hands from the back. Okay, and we'll take the 3 here. So we'll take the 5 for the first round and then come back. So your name, media house, and then proceed to ask your question.
Okay. My name is Agnes. I work with the Chronicle newspaper. And when the minister was talking,
Agnes?
Yes, please. Okay. She made mention of a house-to-house water audit after narrating the East Legon incidents. I want her to throw more light on it. I want to know what it will entail. And my second question has
Right there.
Haven't had the opportunity to engage in deep conversations with married couples, one piece of advice runs through. Paula, enjoy your single days and explore wisely. I wish I had dated more before marriage, say someone still relationships. Must you see it all before settling down? How far can you go? And are you prepared for the unseen race that comes with having more partners before marriage? Let me caution that exploring does not necessarily have to be sexual. This is Moons and Cuddles with Paula Amabruni. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabruni. As I always say, it's always a pleasure to be doing this with you. And to all our viewers who've been holding us down and supporting us, keep doing the watching and, share the video. Tell people all the good stuff you're learning here on Moons and Cuddles. As I say, in the year 2022, we are going to spice up our relationship, sister. No one is going to be left behind. So to help me do justice to today's topic, seated on my couch, I have Edna Ado. Edna is an entrepreneur and a very good friend of mine. Good to have you back.
Thank you. Good for having me back.
She celebrated her birthday not long ago, so I would say happy belated birthday, girlfriend.
Thank you, Paula.
You're glowing.
Thank
You're glowing.
you.
We'll talk later. Yeah. And then I like new faces. I like new energy. Like, it's always a pleasure to have new faces. And today, seated on my couch, I have Papa Kwamena Smooth. I want to find out the name Smooth. Where did you get that from?
All right. It's nice being on your show. Okay. And like you said, it's my first time. And
yeah.
I hope your viewers are going to enjoy my contributions. I got the Smooth name from Radio Universe. I used to be one of the volunteers there. And I was doing a program called, what's the name? It's been long. I was playing music.
Okay.
Like DJing after one of the political programs, and then the way I was mixing was so smooth. They started calling me Mr. Smooth. And,
innocent.
It became a part of my brand.
It sounds smooth, like
It became a part of my brand, and then later on they have a show in the evening called Comfort Zone. It was on Sunday evenings, and I started my whole counseling thing from Comfort Zone, and I still would want to thank all the vandals who actually pulled me, really pushed me into learning and to becoming what I've become today.
So you're a V-mate?
I'm not, but like when you are there and you're saying stuff, they're going to push you to give them proof and evidence of what you're talking about. So they actually helped me with a lot of research work, a lot of like whatever you say, you got to prove to them that what you're saying is right. So I usually when I get the opportunity, I thank Alhaji Siddiq, Dr. Alhaji Siddiq for giving me the opportunity in Radio Universe, and then also for the vandals for all the attacks and all the stuff they were pushing at me when I was kicking against sex before marriage.
Do you still stand? We'll talk about that.
Yes, I do.
Anyway, so yeah, as I said,
I have reasons for that.
You have reasons for
sound
that.
reasons, not religious.
Okay. Yeah. We'll delve more into that if you get time on
Great.
the show. All right. So I know a lot of people. Prior to this conversation, I had a conversation with a married couple and people who are still single, like us, Edna and I, who are yet to join the marriage gang. And some say they wish they had dated more, explore. As I stated earlier in my intro, exploring does not mean sex. When we say explore, it means you're open to new people, have fun, go here, meet this person, meet that person, and engage them. When you feel like this is the person, this is the one, then you take it a step further. And some of the responses was that, I wish I had dated more because the fun, I did not have it. So now in the marriage, you feel like, nah, maybe I should have done things this way. But I don't know what your take is. Some say you should go into the marriage as green as possible because when you have all these experiences, you have high expectation from your partner, and then your partner might not be able to meet that standard, and then later you have issues. So, Edna and Papa, must you see it all before marriage? Must you have all the fun? Must you do everything before marriage? And I ain't say kakra.
I think you should ask the virgin.
Ladies first.
So I don't think you can ever know it all. That's one of the first things I want to say. You can never know it all. You can date as many people as you want, but every person comes with a new experience. So I don't think experiencing it or going out with people, that's dating. I'm not talking about sexual. Dating is going to make you know it all. So yeah, experiences do teach anyway. So
all right, Papa, for men, you know, sometimes you get married, they want to have all the fun, and then later my compare for baby not just say it happens. It's not always the case, but for a man, a lot of women say when you marry a man, at the end of the day, he will somehow cheat. Not all men do cheat. So would you advise that men, whilst they are single, do all the exploring thing that they want to do? So when they go into the marriage, it's like you've seen it all. Young girls and all that.
All right, so thank you. And personally, I'd want to take it from a very completely different angle.
Okay.
Now, in a relationship, kids can handle relationship. You actually handle friendship. So you start from being friends, and then you can migrate into a date, and then migrate from a date into a relationship, becomes courtship, and then probably you migrate into marriage. But the first thing is maturity. You need to be mature and mature enough to be able to know who you are. The first and the most important thing is to know who you are and to know what you want. Because if you don't know who you are and you don't know what you want, you go scouting, like you go hunting. You have a gun and then you go in, every woman you want to go out with, But first of all, you should know exactly what you want. Now, when it comes to going out with women, the person that you see is important, the person's looks. So if I know what I want, I look for what I want in the woman that I am looking for. So some people do a lot of, they have a whole list of stuff that they are looking at. Those things may be superficial, like not too important. But first of all, the woman should attract you in a certain way. You get that? Because that is the first thing that you're going to see. So if you are a guy and you want to go out with a girl, what are you looking for in a woman? First of all, what are you looking for in that person? Then from there, you're looking what is inside, because it is not the looks you're going to live with, it's the character you're going to live with. But the looks is what is going to attract you to get close to the person. So first of all, you the guy, what do you want? Do you want fine legs like I do? Or do you want hips? Do you want breast? Do you want backside? Do you want long nose, slim face? So you, the guy, should be mature enough to know that this is the kind of girl that I would want to roll with.
Me. Yeah. Okay.
Or this is the kind of girl that would make me want to, say, I want to get into a relationship with you. You get that? Like I said, somebody will be looking at the buttocks. I'll be looking at your legs. You get that? So if your face is that whatever, and your legs are not what I'm looking for, I walk away. So once I get what I'm looking for, we become friends. And when we become friends, the key things that I'm looking at is what is inside that body that I said I like. Because it is what is inside that I'm going to live with. Personally, I was brought up in many, many areas. Like I had a little stay in Bema Camp, I had some time in Asalam Down, and then I had Nima, Mamobi, that at the Braka kind of hard life. And then eventually you move into an area where you have these other bees and all this stuff, and you're supposed to fit in. So the important thing here is what is in you, the way you were brought up.
All right.
The character that you have all determines the sort of ideologies, the sort of places you can roll, places you can sit, kind of places people you want to roll with. Because there are some people, when you see their friends, they say, show me your friend and I can
show you my character.
You get that? So once you see the person and you like the person, the next most important thing is to try to find out the person's character.
Okay.
Now, in looking for the person's character, that is where most people get it wrong. Because people rush into romantic relationships. Even if it's not sex. They start hugging, they start cuddling, they start kissing, and all those things can bond you. And once you become bonded, you miss building that foundation for a relationship, because then you are no longer looking at the person in total, so that when the person does something, you can tell the person, you can walk away. But once you become bonded, it becomes difficult to separate yourself from the person, even when you see the person is wrong.
All right.
So here, what most people end up doing is immediately they say that I love you, I agree, and all this stuff. Even if they don't have sex, they start kissing. Kissing will bond you. They start hugging. Hugging will bond you. And once you do so, you stop learning. You stop seeing what the person does wrong. And even when your mother or your father or your friend points a wrong that the person is doing or has done to you, you don't see it. Personally, what I look at in a woman may be different from what every other person looks at. Like I said, I'm looking at legs. Like legs, you know.
Like Asians.
Like somebody is looking at face. Somebody is looking at backside. Somebody is looking at breast. But after I've seen the legs, what character comes with the legs is what is important.
All right. And I would say, I wish I dated more before marriage. Someone would say, more is what? It's like, it's 2 you're more, it's 5 you're more, 10 you're more, and all that. But now, in Ghana, every girl, they'll tell you that, oh, I just have 2 exes. I don't know how true that is, if I want to go into that. But Edna, how necessary or how important is it for a man or woman to enjoy their single days, their single life, before they say I do?
It's really important, as Papa Kwame said, to know you. Okay, so if you are dating or you're going to marry, you need to know you. So dating 10 people, 5 people, 2 people won't determine who you really are. However, experiences would also let you know that, okay, this is something I don't want in a man. This is something I don't want in a man. This is what I don't want in a man. And based on that, you can be able to tell that, okay, so I don't like a man that is too argumentative. I don't like a man that complains too much. I do not like a man that boasts about what he has. I don't like a man that doesn't treat the house help well. So all of these things would tell you, through experience anyway, tell you that, okay, this is what you're looking for. If we are talking about lifestyle, you don't even need to date or to be married to have fun. If you are marrying the kind of person that understands you, you guys are compatible. You didn't just marry because society decided that let's marry. Exactly. If you're marrying someone that just fits you, it means when you are going out, you go out with the person.
That's your best friend.
Best friend. You get to the place at, I know a couple, let me just chip this in, and they are married. They've been married for 5 years. Guess what? When we go out, they all come out. When we get to the place we are going to, nobody knows that person. It's just fun. And then when they close, they go home together. And this is something that initially I was like, oh, how does this work? How does it work? But I sat down to talk to this lady, woman to woman, and I realized that she knew what she was doing. She said, this is something she told me. She said the first year of marriage, she felt like, my mom says when you marry, you sit at home, you cook, and all of these things.
The wifey African duty thing.
And before she knew it, her husband got bored with her. And I was like, so how did you guys come about this? She's like, we went for counseling. And they asked the man, what did he see that he was interested in? He saw her out. She was having fun. She was her. So why she change it all of a sudden because she's married? So I think knowing you yourself would allow you to have fun, whether you're married or not married. And experiences really don't count.
All right. So when people say, enjoy your single days, live your life, what does it mean?
All right,
what
enjoying your single days, enjoying your life, doesn't necessarily mean that you should be with another member of the opposite sex.
Okay.
Because you make friends. And for me, I always would say that it is best to be with a friend. Like you get to know yourselves as friends, you get married. then I know all your weaknesses without necessarily it being faked. Because once it's a relationship, the person will pretend to be something that he or she is not, simply because the person wants you to marry him or her. So you see, once you are friends, you're open, you are able to share and talk without fear of being victimized or without fear of being called a bad person or whatever. You're just friends.
But I mean that the friendship before the dating proper.
Yeah.
How long does it take?
Listen,
I want to know.
See,
because
like
are we going to be friends for
instance,
like 4 months, 2 years? When can we
for
start?
instance, you can pick somebody that probably you met either in school or probably you went out somewhere, you met the person, you became friends. And for me, if you're looking at that, I'm looking at somebody that I'm comfortable with, that when I'm talking, I don't have to guard my lips. Whatever I speak, I become myself when you are there. That I don't have to hold back. I don't have to start thinking whether what I'm going to say is going to hurt or is going to bring any quarrel between the two of us. So when you are friends and you are open and you are sharing, it is more fun. It is easier to migrate from that sort of friendship into probably into a relationship. But the thing is, once you are open, growing up, you probably might have gone to school. You have a lot of friends at school. After school, if you are continuing with uni, you still make a lot of friends. That is all part of the enjoyment that we are talking about. And then after school, you're looking for a job, you get a job, you find new friends. And for some of us, we finished school years back, we still have old school groups that we belong to, and we still chat, we still have old girlfriends that still in the group together and all that.
In touch with.
Yes, I mean, it's still fun.
Once you know.
You see, when we say girlfriend, is a friend. People just attach all those things to it, but I'm not thinking about that.
All right.
You see, so once you say enjoy your life, enjoying life doesn't necessarily mean you have to be having sex, having boozing, clubbing, and going to restaurants and beaches and all those things. All those things become a part of your growing up. Because if you're growing up in a settings where you are allowed to step out. For instance, like I said, I was a DJ. You know, I played in Miracle Mirage, Glens, all those places. You get that? So you call that fun. You understand that? Even though my father told me, I mean, when I was doing the dancing and the DJing and all the others, he told me, Kwame, when you are 50 years, where will you go and DJ at? Where would you go and dance? And who will come and pay money to watch a 50-year-old boy dance? He told me that, and I said, wow, what a guy. Because at the time, we're doing breakdance and robots and all those stuff. And then now, when I look at the dance that people are doing, I just laugh. It's like, these guys are they're doing nothing. So when you look at all those things, I had fun.
Okay.
Even though it wasn't with a woman or like going out, you have friends, you go out, you go to parties, you go to beaches and all that. And all depends on the sort of family that you come, where you belong. If your father and your mother are that strict and they are keeping you in the church and not allowing you to step out and all that, then you are going to say you missed the fun. But some people also find the fun in the church.
In the church. You cannot judge.
You see, some people find the church and the fun in the church. They join the YPGs, they join the prayer groups, they join the singing bands.
Oh, you're a Presbyterian, I guess.
Yes,
okay.
And then they are doing all the, the beautiful things in the church. They are traveling out and going to the mountains to go and pray, and they see that as fun. So that's what I'm saying, that it's all about maturity. It's what you call fun. Now, the beautiful part about being married is that the fact that you are married doesn't make you lose your individuality.
Papa Kwamina, thank you very much. I was going to come to that in our next, but then we will take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. But as Papa Kwamina and Edna have made us aware, when we say enjoy your single days, it doesn't necessarily mean dating more. It means doing the things that make you happy and make you satisfied. You're still watching Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. back to Monsen Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. Now, today's conversation, we're just asking a big question. Some people ask, while single and people who are married, I wish I had dated more before marriage, or maybe in my 20s or in my 30s. It goes on and on. But today's conversation, having spoken to, the conversation I'm having with Papa Kwamina and Edna, they made me understand that it's not all about dating more. It will not give you that happiness that some people think like, okay, maybe I should have done this, I should have done that. So if you're in a marriage and then you feel like there's so much regret because you think you didn't get to meet all the people and maybe you're finding your partner boring at the time, maybe it's just the right. You can use this opportunity to find things that interest you. As you were telling me, your friend, because sometimes you marry someone and what they bring to the table is not what they were doing while they were dating. So when you do that, it will help you. Instead of you thinking, maybe I could have ended up with someone else, maybe I could have waited and all that. You can do the checks, as we are saying. 2022, we are spicing our relationship. But then one big question. For a married man or woman, can you or should you accept dinner dates, fan trips from friends once you're married?
It depends on which friends.
Okay.
So if you're married, I'm going to talk from a woman's perspective.
Okay.
And you already had friends, some specific friends that your husband knew when he was dating you or when he was in courtship with you. If you guys have plans to maybe go on a trip, it's only fun and it's only right for you to let him know that these are the people I'm going out with. If your husband is the kind of husband that understands this is you used to do trips before you married me, and you still came back to me, then it's fine. If it's not okay with it and there's going to be men over there as well, it's only right. Carry your husband along. Let's have fun together.
Okay.
Do you get it? So I think if you can do trips, you can do dinners with your friends. Just make sure that they are friends that have got your marriage and you in mind. Some friends don't even like the fact that you're married. So whatever they will do to put disputes between you and your marriage, they can do that.
What if that ex-boyfriend, but you know between man and God that there's no way you're going to have sex with that person, says, oh, dinner date and all that. Should you entertain that?
Can I say this? And I don't even have to say, excuse my language. Can you spit on the floor and pick it up with your tongue? You let go of something. Why are you going back to it? Why are you even having conversations with the person? An ex is an ex. Let him stay where he was. The past. So for me, if you're an ex, I don't tolerate you. We don't go vibing. There's nothing we have in common anymore. In fact, I don't know you.
Thank you. All right. So, Papa Kwamina, for a man who is married or a woman who is into a serious relationship, should he be accepting that, oh, it's normal, it's just a harmless dinner date, it's just a trip. I just want to go with them and all that.
I sometimes have a completely different view of some of these things that most people tie themselves up to. Okay. I was an individual before I got married to you.
Okay.
And then also I had friends before I got married to you. Yeah. You had friends. And the fact that I'm married to you doesn't mean that I should cut my friends, or by hook or crook, all my friends should become your friends and all your friends should become my friends. 3 key things in every relationship that would last. The first is trust. If you don't trust each other, there's nothing that you can do in a relationship that would work. When there's trust, you can communicate well. And when you communicate well, you can have good sex. Very, 3 key things. Trust, communication, and sex. When you mix these 3, you miss the very foundation of the relationship.
Trust, communication, and sex.
It should be in that order. First of all, you trust. You are able to communicate well, and then sex will become good. If you have sex and you don't communicate well, eventually sex becomes boring.
When you say hard sex and not communicate, what do you mean?
Like if you are always having insults, you're throwing verbal abuses, you're having misunderstanding, your sex life will fall. If you don't trust each other, your sex life will fall. But if you trust and you communicate well with each other, sex becomes good. That is it. So here, these are the basic lessons that everyone who is looking at getting into a relationship should have up in the sleeve. First of all, you have to trust the person. So if a woman I trust, how am I going to trust the woman that if she goes out with friends in a date, or goes out with friends in the evening, or goes out with friends for a weekend, she's not going to sleep with any of them? How I got to sleep with you? When I said I wanted you,
Your foundation.
I look at that.
Oh, so it really counts.
It does. So I met you today, I said I want you, and I go to bed with you. So when we get married, and I'm going to Kumasi, and you are going out to somewhere, I mean a party, you can meet somebody and do the same thing. Because once you have done it, you can do it again. So that alone, how the man even managed to have sex with you, how the woman like was forced by the man to have sex, or pressure to have sex. When you are stepping out, the man feels insecure, the woman feels insecure. Once there's insecurity, when you are going out alone, the man has suspicions. You understand that? So if I come and show up with my car, come and show off with my, what do you call it, my job or some house or some cash in my pocket, and you easily fall for me, and I get married to you, the next time you're going out with the guys that I know are bigger than me, I get worried, because I know that it was money that I use in getting you, so somebody can use money in getting you.
Right.
So
but
all these
I
things.
beg to differ, because sometimes you meet a guy, you are not a one-night stand lady or a gentleman. But something happens. Things lead to. I don't want to talk about it before someone will say, Paula, you're talking about it. I always get that. I want to make example like, Paula, this one you're using it. I'm like, no.
You see, Paula, what happens is things happen and then you allowed it. So things can happen for you to allow it.
Okay.
Because anyone who has self-control, anyone who has built proper self-control, I am not talking of a religious person. I am not talking about people who hide behind the name of Jesus and do all sort of stuff. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying when you decide that, even when I see a naked woman, I will not have an erection. It is up here in the head, because sex starts from here. You get that? I'm not talking about morality. No. I am talking about you having self-discipline.
I see.
That I can see something and say, this is not mine, I won't take it. It is you. And you build you to become mature. And any mature person can see a naked woman and walk away.
So that excuse that we give, like, oh, the feeling was just so strong, or the justification we give for one-night stand,
it's a sign of you being weak.
Oh, you heard? You heard?
Here,
don't go do one-night stand. Means you're weak out there. You should. So you should
listen.
Build.
It is the man's pleasure to be able to see a woman first day and clear.
Oh.
So.
And it should be the woman's pleasure to see you the first day and become tough and not give you.
Yeah.
Drag you crack.
The chase me.
Because you see, there are hormones operating up here in the head. Usually I don't like going technical when I'm on set. But you see,
please go technical.
There are some hormones, there are some neurochemicals in the head. Oxytocin, vasopressin, cortisol, serotonin. That chemistry is like some crazy stuff up in your head. When a man is not slept with you, vasopressin levels are very high. If he is coming here and he gets to Tetekwashi and the lady that he wants to sleep with says, go and buy Frankie's ice cream for me. You make a U-turn, even if police will arrest him, he doesn't mind. You make a U-turn, go and make the ice cream. But if he has stopped the thing already, he will tell you,
it's true.
Right or wrong?
It's true.
There are some, he will chase you, he will come and pick you with his car. After sleeping with you, then he will give you Uber to go. Vasopressin levels has dropped. And vasopressin levels is not controlled by the man. It is up here. So having sex with a man doesn't guarantee he's going to love you.
Thank you very much. So ladies, I know you're listening. Don't let anyone deceive you, and we know the tricks. By now,
and you see, when it gets to where we are heading towards in our conversation, anytime you enter into a relationship and it becomes sexual, you carry the person along into your next relationship, because then you now have a yardstick to measure. You are looking at this person as just opposed to the one that you are with now. And if the one you were with looks like a little better with this one, you have had sex with this one, you have had sex with this one, but your mind is on this one because that is one that you think really made you feel good. That is why women will be having sex with one man called Kojo and they'll be calling Kwamina.
Does that happen?
Men will be having sex with
one woman,
Yes.
AC, and will be calling a
Great.
Asinam.
It always happens.
You understand me? So
Yeah.
it is just because you carry the person along. You get that? There's so much research work that personally I did when I was in Radio University because of the vandals when it comes to this area, that you can never be able to maintain your marriage and feel happy and love it, and husband also sees and feels it, or wife also sees and feels it, if you have had multiple sexual partners.
Because you're always comparing. It's
You
not like
would have the yardstick to measure.
So, Papa, you are in for the stay green and go into the marriage.
You see, when it comes to stay green, you're looking at green in what context? You need to be mature. You need to be, I'm not talking about having sexual experience, but learning from people's experiences. Because, let me say it here, the wise learn from people's experiences, and the fools who want to experience it before they learn.
You heard?
So it is up to you to know that, you have had many friends who had sex and didn't end up in marriage. Do you also want to go the same line? Now, when you go the same line, the chances are that 70% of people who engage in premarital sex don't end up getting married. The 30% that also end up getting married have 70-30 chances of ending up in a divorce.
True.
So it's just by grace or chance.
Women who cohabit, like they pack that, you bring their pants one, then they will bring the next knicker, the trousers. Before you realize the entire thing is in there, 70% don't get married. You get that? And I tell you, there's a book called Hooked. It is free online. It is called Hooked. It is not a book about sex and all those things, but it tells you how people become addicted and how they respond and react to things that people speak that are against the things that they are doing. So, for instance, what I'm saying, somebody say, "Oh, don't mind him, he's lying," blah, 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 simply because the person is hooked to it. And those people, you have an account addict that says that, if anything, so usro awarijaya unya warepa. And you see, when you continue to sing that song, you continue to go on that tangent, you continue to marry and remarry, change relationship, because everybody that comes into your life will come with Nanso, will come with a negative.
Nobody's perfect.
Nobody is perfect, and everybody goes through that. And every relationship goes through stages.
Yeah. All right, Papa, let me find out. No, this one is open to you too. If you meet someone who say, I've dated a couple of people, like I've had more relationships in the past, does that mean that person got a high body count? Or is it always the case that once you are in that relationship, you are bent to have sex? Or is some people can have dated like 10 people and maybe it's just one or two that
you see,
you had
for
sex
me,
with?
it depends on the sort of relationship I have with you. Now, if I have that very friendly relationship, I can share my ex with you, you can share your ex with me, and we're all talking, and I am able to deduce that this is how you are. I mean, like you are with me and it is not sexual. I'll believe that when you are with them too, it's not sexual. Yeah. But if you are with me and it is sexual, what shows is, I mean, the others were not. And then immediately I'll start doing a sex count.
Okay.
Yes, I'll do a sex count because, yes, if you dated Kofi for 2 years and you were having, two rounds of sex every other day. Every other day. Every other day, that makes about, let's say, 3 times in a week. So 3 times 6.
Papa, come on.
6, 3 times 6, let me multiply 52. No, multiply 2. We do that number of times. Yes. 10 years, I look at it, we do 3,000, 4,000 times.
Okay, that's scary.
If let's do an announcement on your TV program, a woman who has had sex 1,000 times, who wants to marry her? And see how many men will come.
With one person or with?
They did 1,000 times. Whenever I don't know, and see if you see how many men will come.
You never know.
And so, yeah, 2 rounds, 2 rounds, 3 times a week, 2 times 2 times 2, and yes, 6 times 52, 6 times 52, yes.
No, but if you're saying that
6 times 52. That's what the multiply number of years on him.
When you say that, it's like you are being like society is treating women currently.
No.
Applies to men, right?
Thank you.
Applies to men. Yeah, can we count here?
Now, what I'm saying is, if I'm a woman, and you tell me you have dated this number of women for this number of years, I'll do the sex count.
No,
because
please,
you see,
I beg
when it happens that way, I may not be able to satisfy your sexual urges. Because the sort of experiences you have had. Listen, the sort of experiences you have had with multiple women, I will be the one who is supposed to come and perform and come and do magic.
But what if she has become a pro and then she satisfies you with that?
But what if you have become a pro and I'm still playing starlets? How? How are you going to level up?
Like, let me just...
How are you going to level up? Because
let's be fair to Anna. What you want to come in?
Like, for example, I do not think for women we go into sex with emotions. So it takes a very long time, as you were stating from the beginning. You come from the friendship stage, you understand the person before you move on to the relationship, that major relationship, and then sex comes in. But before a woman can sleep with somebody, emotions womb.
It's not, unless you're just a woman who's just been on the block. But
emotions.
I am telling you, I am telling you that there are women, and sometimes when they come to me and they are sharing some of those things with me, I ask them, do you kiss? Most women who do not kiss when you're having sex, it's just using the body. There are no emotions attached to it.
Yeah, of course. If you're having sex and you don't kiss.
No emotions attached to it. And then they can do it and go, And you see, I'm looking at when I am playing Ghana Blasters. And then you are C. Ronaldo.
Real Madrid.
Hello, Madrid.
How can I
dated or having more, you have more. Does not mean
for a
you've
woman.
Slept or you have a high body count.
No, you see, we are not looking at. You see, you're not looking at the high body count. I'm looking at the sexual experience you have had.
Someone might have dated one person. They are sex freaks. They have more sex. They've had
beautiful
more than someone who dated like 5 separate people.
That is beautiful.
I'm telling you.
I mean, you have one sexual partner, and then the person is like all over.
Yeah.
And then you come and marry me. And me, I can't do that 3 hours. I can't do that 1 hour. I don't smoke the weed or take the drug. And when I put in petri-some, it is gone. How can you enjoy me, my
But there are means. There are ways and means.
Let's be very honest.
That's what you mean by ways and means.
No, but because, for example, if you are literally having sex,
it's
not about entering.
Matthias, but someone will say, we're having fun. They've experienced all that sex with that one part. It's about worry, ma.
Now, you see. You're having sex to have an orgasm, right?
Yeah.
Now, you are having sex with somebody who was so good at oral sex.
Oh, okay.
And then you go and marry a man who, when he starts knowing, you get a door locked. His jaw will get locked. And you're not coming.
Are you seeing this, sir?
Your mind will go back to that guy.
Yeah.
And then you date a guy who is extra large. And then you come and marry me, and I'm petite garçon. How am I going to be able to compete with that one?
With all seriousness, it's true.
Yes.
There are disadvantages if you've been around, if you really explored sexually. Sometimes when you end up with someone, it's like they don't meet your expectations, and then you be very sad.
And this is not only for women, for men too. I get used to a woman who will sit on me and ride and do I trust my leg and all those things, and then I go and marry a woman who is going to lie down.
Missionary.
Oh yeah.
Crucify me. Okay. And then even when I do the yeah. How? So with that, because the man has had multiple experiences, he is then going to hunt outside for other women that can give him that sort of experience. So you see, I am saying that if you don't have a yardstick to measure, and what you had is what you married, you don't have any yardstick to measure. You are good.
It's true. Anna,
if you
married a virgin, all the compare them.
Yes,
so let me give you a virgin's experience. Okay. So this girl marries a guy. Most of my friends are married, by the way. So this girl marries this guy.
And they're all virgins, yes. Before they got married. Yeah, like you. Yes.
So this girl gets married and she was a virgin, and I can boldly say because we are friends from church, and she's a virgin and everything. Anybody crashes or a virgin.
Was it your kind of virgin or the real deal?
No, real deal.
The real deal.
Okay.
So the real deal, and she marries a man, and from her point of view, sex was good, everything. I don't know where or how things went. Or your sofa. But divorce, she has 2 kids. They're divorced. Why? She went out looking.
You see, the
and
reason
she was a virgin.
You see, sometimes you see peer pressure.
She realized that what she was stuck to was not it. But why did she even go out? Because curiosity. She not knowing, because she was restricted for so long in her life that once she married, she was like, okay, now I can experience things. Being restricted is not even an advantage.
So you see,
she was curious. She wanted to know what is different from her husband's own.
And this is a clear sign of immaturity.
All right. The conversation is getting interesting.
A clear sign of immaturity.
Different sides, and I know of the viewers who are doing the watching. You decide what to do, because at the end of the day, we give suggestions, ways you can make your life, your relationship better. But you decide. On this note, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. You're still watching Moms and Cuddles. Now we've gotten to my favorite segment, my favorite part of the show. That's the mystery box. As you already know, we've got some questions in here which we expect our guests to give us honest answer. No libi, no labalaba. You just pick one. I'll start with Kwame, Papa. Wow. Mr. Smooth.
This is plain, right?
No, it's not plain. Let there be an answer. What's there? Oh, you want me to read it for you? I could do you, Diana.
At what age did you lose your virginity?
Child.
Oh, okay.
That person must hear this.
At what age did Papa Kwame not give it up? Or maybe you remember maybe the time it was, maybe
no,
as a
the issue here is when a man is breaking his virginity, you're talking about the first time he had his ejaculation or first time he had penetration.
No, met a woman. Got
like had sex.
Yes, with a woman.
You see, growing up, you try it. Whether it entered or didn't enter, you don't know.
You don't know whether it counts. Mama and Dada.
Yeah, you don't know whether it entered or not. You know, and I'm not going to play like I was like an angel, growing up and all this stuff. I remember in secondary school, I went to Accra High, Accra High School. When I was even from primary 6 getting to Form 1 in secondary school, I had this girlfriend. Was so, like when I see her, then you start blushing and all that. And I remember sometime I took her to some fitting shop. We're trying to do this thing, and I touched the wall and I got some electric shock.
Hey.
I was shocked by some bare wire. Then they ran away, so we didn't do it, and then we left. I remember when we went to Form 1, I had some dark girl, and that girl, when I see her, I don't know if you know Accra High School. We had this, 2-story, and the Form 1 was down, and like that. So when I see her, I want to dodge.
Hey.
It was like that.
Mad crash.
Yes, mad. And she was living somewhere, I think at the Banco or so. We would walk from Asylum down to the Banco and all that.
Did you muster the courage to tell her how you feel?
You know,
how you
like
felt?
we're in a relationship, but Charlie, those times, where are you taking her?
Yeah,
There was nowhere.
Father's house.
There was nowhere you can go and do those things. So, if I really recall, like the time that I sort of penetrated and had like an ejaculation or something the first time, I think I was about 21 years.
21 years.
Yes, I was about 21 years.
Oh, after all the failed attempts.
Yes, yes.
It as well.
Yes, we tried many times. Failed,
but failed.
Yes, I think I was about 21 years.
Your turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Hope this is blank. It is.
There's only
Lucky
one
me.
guess who. Oh. Wait, is it blank?
Yes.
Oh goodness gracious!
Very blank.
I know you. Okay.
I have questions way back from school.
No, it's just one question. One.
So I have to choose one.
Yeah. It's one.
Okay.
And be kind.
Oh, but I mean, virgins are kind, so.
Oh, you know.
Paula, how are you?
And you don't have to make. You don't have to put me in suspense.
Okay, so. Honest answer. So, okay. Who was your first, sex? Who did you have your first sex with? Name.
Name.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Name. So that's my question. Name the person you first had sex with. At all, so.
They are all watching.
No. Okay. You know when you try to put things behind you and maybe your first, even now, doesn't even deserve that you talk about him.
Yeah.
So I would say it was not really.
You didn't even know what you were doing.
No, not that I didn't know what I was very mature. I did not have sex.
Those
at the
things, okay.
Yeah, it was when I was mature enough.
Okay.
But then
I feel like he doesn't deserve to be named.
No, it doesn't even deserve.
I understand that.
Thank you for putting me on the spot, my dear friend. I will get you. You will surely come back.
That is a nice way of dodging the question.
Oh no,
She
but
did,
honestly,
but-
Papa, you know that some people, some exes, they don't.
Yeah, there's no need to
come
even
to
talk
think
about
of
them.
it.
Sometimes
You know,
it's
let
just,
them. As she said, they are in the
past. Let them
You
remain
don't know
there.
them.
Exactly, my love. Right. Now, we've said a lot from the beginning of the conversation. Because I have had advice from a lot of people, and then the whole had fun. For me, I thought it was like, getting to know or having fun, maybe touring or whatever. But then, as you guys have stated, it's about what makes you happy. So do it all.
Yeah.
Your happiness does not depend on any man. It's you. So you can date like 50, 20 before you said before you want to get married.
But see, let me cut in here.
Yeah.
Dating 50, 20 before you get married, no trouble. So long as you're not having sex and so long as you're not doing that
So there are 50
simultaneously.
people.
Because if you are looking at 2, 3 guys at the same time and trying to find character, you won't find it. It is only when you piss at one place that you see that your urine can foam.
So you're not
I'm
for the
saying that
double
it is
dating.
only when you piss at one side that you can see that
This is
urine
deep.
can also foam. Because if you really want to know the person you are with, and then you have scattered energy, you are looking at this, you are looking at
Wake
that.
up, cry, wake up, cry.
You get that? You are never able to focus on what you really want. If you are dating one person at a time, I date you and it's not working, I dump you. Or we end it. I date someone else, it's not working. You're not coming up with a sort of lifestyle, character and all the stuff I want. I drop it, I go for someone else. But if you're dating 2 people, you're dating 3 people, what you see in this person, you will not find here. What you find here, you will not find here. You get that? And then you yourself will be torn in between these people or torn amongst them, and you're unable to make sound decisions. You're unable to make wise choices. You get that? Then, if you're not careful, you allow your emotions to decide for you. But you should be the master of your mind. Your mind shouldn't master you.
So dating, if you're looking for someone to
If you would date even 100 people,
it should be one
it should
at a
be
time.
one at a time. Because now, when I'm with you and I'm totally devoted into assessing this person to be a partner, let me focus. Because if you are scattering your energies, you are here, you are here, you are here, then you yourself, you don't even know what you want.
But Papa, I've also heard, I don't know, Edna, like women, like, let them welcome. If someone says they're interested in you, you know, let them hang around.
Yeah.
Be nice to them. At the end of the day, you decide who to pick. But Papa, coming nice. So
I am talking about being in a committed relationship.
No, not committed. I don't think
So,
having the
see,
energy to have three people
we
in committed
confuse
relationship is too much.
this word date.
I'm talking about like the date. I'm not like
You
real
see,
courtship.
Like when I am dating you, or when I say I'm going out, it's just like let's go to somewhere, have a drink. It's a date. You understand me? So if I am doing that regularly with you, and I'm doing that regularly with another woman, doing that regularly with another woman, then my mind here is telling me that I am looking for, your friend is saying, something special from a friend is saying this person, or something special from that person. I would definitely see something in you that I like, and I'll definitely see something in Edna that I like, and I'll also see something in the other person that I like. The same way I'll see something I don't like in you, and in similarly different things in the other people I do not like. Then I'll be in that dilemma. Which one do I pick? Do I go for the one that talks to me this way? Do I go for the one that gives me a ride? Do I go for? And then if you're not careful, you will make that choice, which will be wrong for you. But if I'm with you and I'm completely devoted to you, and you're not doing what I want, or I don't see what I want to see in you, and I'm walking away, I even tell you that because of so and so and so and so, let's end it. Because I remember there was a lady I was going out with, she's in Tema. I told her, when I was breaking up with her, I told her, because you feel so insecure, when we get married, I can't breathe. Because then, when somebody calls me, you come and, even when you are not married, somebody calls me, why no Afro? Let me see, all those things, if you ignore them and you get married, it becomes even worse in your marriage.
Okay.
If the guy you are with is threatening, slapping, or becoming verbally abusive or physically aggressive,
Signs.
you know, those are signs that if you ignore and you get married to the person, eventually the person will beat you up there.
I see.
So you need to be attentive. You need, listen, this relationship thing we are talking about, it is not a joke. It is not a game. It's a lifelong learning process. People go in and walk out. People go in and get hurt. People go in and get healed. So it is up to you to decide exactly what you want in a relationship.
All right. And now, do you side with Papa Kamina?
To an extent.
To an extent.
Yeah, so to an extent, when we talk about committed relationships, then I would side with him. But if we are talking about going out, allowing people in your life, men will come for women. I have people around me that are interested. For me, if you're not even interested, it means that that's to me, because every woman has a man that is interested in her. However, the person you are in a committed relationship with is the person that knows you. Do you get it? So for me, my man is someone I decided that, okay, against all odds, he's the one I can stick with. Not because I slept with this, I slept with Kofi, I slept with Kwame, I slept with, no. But because I looked at him, I'm like, okay, or or jealousy kakra. I can manage. His own is not the one that suffocates you. You can manage it. Because almost every man has that thing in them. On jealousy, they are not just say, on pel. But or pelwa, or be jealousy, but no interest or be suffocate too. So I decided, okay, against all odds, let me just stick with this one. So that is why I'm with him. But so with him, it's a committed relationship. And as I am committed, it means I'm not looking anywhere.
That's it.
Yes, I'm not looking anywhere. And as far as you make that point, you get that point across to your friends, everyone around you, then you know that, okay, on your end, why you are family day?
So you know, and then you don't feel
you
like
are not leading anybody.
You,
exactly.
Or you have high hopes that we might end up together.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's more like if we end up together, fine. It means our foundation is good. But I'm not putting the fact that we are engaged in tea by force down the aisle. I'm leaving room for us to study ourselves enough. And for me to go that, oh, we can stick together.
So I want to get one thing right here. At the end of the day, we decided, I wish I had dated more before marriage. But then someone who is in that relationship, but from where we've gotten to, it's quite obvious that there's so many things that we thought it was all like this, but in natural sense, that was not how it worked.
Yeah.
Should you say one should save their energy? Maybe a young girl, maybe in senior high who's listening to her, junior high, in the university, who is like, I'm saving all I have for the man I'm going to marry, for the woman I'm going to marry. Are we telling her they should save all their energies? Or, you know, sometimes it's good to explore.
Let me
just save your energy if you don't want the whole drama and the thing that comes with it.
I don't think you choose I'm talking from a woman's perspective. I don't think we choose to go into a relationship. We don't choose. So I'm friends with this guy and we hang out, we go out. He makes me happy. He understands me. I'm able to run to him if I have a problem. He's able to come to me. We bounce ideas off each other. That's how it starts. Then before you know, okay, babe, I've been looking at you for a while and I feel like, okay, I think we should hang out, we should date, we should be in a relationship. I'm like, okay. You do that whole dating thing for a while, then it moves on to, oh, I think you are the kind of person I want to marry. Then that is where you have come to, you can understand that I am not into sex before marriage or sex after marriage, but I believe each and every person who values themselves would be able to tell and know when they want to give it up.
Give it up. Okay.
So it's your own decision to know when to give it up. I would say some people can have sex just like that. But until I am really there with you and know for a fact that menyema
obeji
enye no
worry me.
No, worry, babe. It's not even the worry. It's the fact that do you see him as a baby daddy in the first place? I
always say, if you know you are sleeping with a man or woman,
exactly,
you can't even imagine could be
him as your kid's daddy, then don't do it at all. That is how I used to determine where I want to.
But then you'll be surprised. You'll be screwing someone you think is responsible. See, that thing you can never be so sure.
You see, that is why
you can never be so sure.
I would always remember this thing my mother told me. What's it said? Besibia tum besopa. Se benin bia tum besopa. Onye de hu no efu. Wunyim no her.
Exactly.
Yes. I don't know how to say it in English. The fact that all men are coming after you doesn't mean you're the most pretty girl in town. It's just because you don't have any that how do you say it? You don't have that aura around you that would pick.
Fiero.
That will pick men. That when a man is approaching you, he knows that they're way there in type. I mean, this one is not my class. Missy, say be to Miss Opa. Ono nchere umuna yefu. When you know her. Yes. Yes. Because at some point, you see, I'll be there. Then plenty women. My mother told me, "Se besebia tumba, no tumba wenyim na obakacho do pewa. Onyo hu na efu wenyim no ya." It simply means that you have dropped your level of thinking, that low, that any riffraff, anything walking around can come and propose to you. If you are walking on the streets and anybody, I'm not saying we are better human beings than others, but we are. You have your level, you have your class. That anybody can just walk to you and propose to you. It is not because you are beautiful. You have lost your dignity.
I think, Paula, you, for example, I've known you for a while, so I know you would have the same feeling. Do you get that feeling when a guy asks you out, now boyfriend? You feel as though then I'm a
Thank you. And sometimes at some point the person is just trying to gather and the person can't. That means that you have raised yourself to a certain bar. So sometimes a woman, because my number is all over the place. If you don't mind, I can put it up. People who want counseling can call me. It is out there, and then they will call you, and then you see some will be showing their buttocks and showing their legs, and be doing this, doing that, and
hot cake.
When I'm chatting them, I tell them, did I not send you?
You want to ask
Yes, I ask you, did I not send you? Because I don't see a woman my level just throwing herself at me. No, I have to go hustle small before you get.
As soon as she does that, you know for a fact that obey you. Yes,
mano, and that's asmano.
So please be on the lookout. It's not always that you think that you know they love you. But before we wrap up the show, it's been an eye opener. With me, I always say people come to my set and you're on my couch, they say things, and I pick it up. So sometimes speaking like, hey, if they don't know who comes, I'm like, no, I have people passing through all the time, and all the things are the same. Sometimes before this conversation, I had this perception, but at the end of the day, hearing your experience, the advice, I'm open to new things. I'm like, maybe this is not how it worked. This is the real deal. This is real life. So I must say, I really appreciate your coming, Edna and Papa coming, and Mr. Smooth. Everything was smooth and all that. He hits the thing. And I asked Edna to our virgin guest. You always do it.
Sweetheart, I mean, why to represent what I am?
know, my love. Before we wrap up, last words from you, advice to listeners, people who think that you have to see it all before. You've all said the disadvantages is in it, and at the end of the day, you decide. But what would you say?
I should go. Yeah. Okay, so I would just say something very simple and say that what you see isn't always what you get. What you see isn't always what you get. And if you are in a relationship, whether committed or now ongoing, you need to be able to look out or think out of the box and try and get the advice of someone you value on some things. So, for example, if you're dating somebody, if you're close to your mom and a man comes around you and he's committed, it's not bad for you to get advice from your mom and see if she sees that, oh, this guy, because I've had experiences where she goes like, guy with that.
And somehow they always right.
And then,
how they do it.
On point, like on point. Okay, Debia. Ebia say, I see Nyamiaka say, man, you know, they're boy pumping my who said, So it's with time I've gotten to a place where if my mom says to it, I won't. So I believe everyone should have someone like that in their lives, and do not make decisions on your own because sometimes emotions do come in.
Thank you.
Great. What I would say is everybody who is in a relationship should know that every relationship will go through stages. You go through the very beautiful part from the beginning, the honeymoon phase. And then after the honeymoon phase, you get into a stage we call the differentiation phase, where everybody starts identifying him or herself as an individual. And if you're not careful, and most times one person goes into that stage before the other, so it causes a lot of pain for the other person. The other person comes to join, and then once you join the differentiation phase where I start seeing myself as an individual and not like we are together, if you're not careful, you move into the freedom phase where you feel that I can live without you, you're not important. I mean, I own my own life and all that, I can live it. But if you truncate it, you don't allow it to go through the stages, and you truncate it, you start from the honeymoon, go to the next stage, truncate it, and then it becomes, like a cycle. You're unable to keep a relationship.
Papa coming and Edna, thank you very much for coming. But before I wrap up, I want you to put out your social media handles where we can reach you.
Okay, so on all social media platforms, I'm known as Adele, Addo, Adel, Addo. So that's my name is Edna Adelaide, so Adele, Addo, and on all platforms anyway. So
thanks, pretty Edna.
All right, so mine is Mr. Smooth. Like I've become the most popular Mr. Smooth on YouTube. So go check my videos. I have a couple of videos there. Like them, watch them. I've not even monetized it, but you just go watch for me.
You should go
watch for me. So when you get to YouTube, you type Mr. Smooth, you see the guy with the hat. One of them will pop up, yes, and that's it. When you go to Facebook, I think it's also Mr. Smooth. And then if you want to call me, you want to talk to me, 0244 661011. 0244 661011. You can also chat me on WhatsApp, the same number.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. But before I also take leave, I want to put in this. I can put in the best baby. I don't know how I will say it in English.
Everywhere is here.
Everywhere is here. Yeah, sometimes you think that there's something bigger maybe than the person you are with. Yes. A lot of people have been deceived into that. So they go all over, and then before they realize, it's like, what they were looking for, they never found. So if you meet a partner who you think is right for you, as they always say, you never get it 100%. But once that person is a gentleman, is a lady, the rest of it, I think you can work it out. And let love lead. And please, whatever it is, relationship, as Mr. Smooth was saying, it's not what we just see. It entails a lot. So I would say in all things, do pray. Pray about the person you're ending up with. Because I've had stories, people telling me marriage, they want to leave and all that. It's just too much. But your marriage will be different. I am Paula Amabruni. It's always a pleasure coming your way. I can't wait to have you on the next episode of Moons and Colors. Thanks for watching.